Morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the November 13th meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. Will you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So this is a time we have for citizen input. If there's anyone that has input on anything that's not on the agenda, fill out a blue sheet over there and give it to Sharon and we do it. But if you haven't done that and want to give citizen input, now's the time. So seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We're going to pull item number 2 from the consent agenda because I believe the participants in that loan conversion are going to be here at 10 to say some things, so we'll pull that and approve that at that time, I guess. So any other things anyone wants to pull? Or
with that, I'll move the consent agenda minus item number 2.
I'll second the motion.
And so Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. So the first item on the action agenda is consideration of board signature of resolution number 2019-051, initiating road legalization proceedings for a portion of Sizemore Road. Cody Smith's going to join us and explain that to us.
Good morning.
Explain this not obvious thing to us.
Okay, good morning. Cody Smith, Road Department. So public roads under the county's jurisdiction must be established through some type of action by the Board of County Commissioners. Unfortunately, when we go back and look at historic road records for road establishment, sometimes those records aren't always clear. Sometimes where the record says a road is and where the road actually is are two different things. Sometimes the records are missing. Sometimes the records didn't exist in the first place, and yet the road has been used and maintained as a public road for some number of years. So ORS 368.201 through 368.221 provides a remedy for this and allows county governing bodies the authority and gives a procedure to clarify the record of right-of-way boundaries of a road by legalization if one or more of the following conditions exist. So the first condition is if through omission or defect doubt exists as to the legal establishment or evidence of establishment of a public road. Number 2 is if the location of the road cannot be accurately determined due to numerous alterations of the road, a defective survey of the road or adjacent property, or loss or destruction of the original survey of the road. And the last condition is if the road, as traveled and used for 10 years or more, does not conform to the location of a road described in the county records. So Sizemore Road was originally established in Crook County in 1892. The road was realigned as part of the Tumalo Irrigation Project in 1913 and 1914 to make way for the proposed reservoir that ultimately didn't hold water. The state of Oregon, who had taken control of the project, did not establish a right-of-way for the realigned portion of Sizemore Road. Crook County had begun establishment proceedings for the road in 1914, but the proceedings were not completed prior to December 13th, 1916, when Deschutes County was created, and the proceedings were abandoned, most likely inadvertently. Road Department's completing plans for the Sizemore Bridge Rehabilitation Project. Plans for that project are about 90% complete. We are anticipating bidding that project out in January of 2020. There's a approximately 1,400 foot portion of Sizemore Road that contains the bridge where there still has not been a road establishment completed. The subject portion of Sizemore Road was constructed by the state of Oregon and financed with public funds through omission by the state of Oregon during the construction of the subject portion of Sizemore Road and by Deschutes and Crook County during the creation of Deschutes County from a portion of Crook County. Doubt exists as to the legal establishment of the subject portion of Sizemore Road. The subject portion of Sizemore Road, as traveled and used by the public for the last 105 years, does not conform to the location of the 1892 Sizemore Road. So this portion of Sizemore Road is a candidate for legalization under state law. So before you this morning is Resolution 2019-051, which will initiate these legalization proceedings. Upon adoption of the resolution, a public hearing will be set for December 18th during the Wednesday board meeting. Between now and then, Road Department will send notice to adjacent property owners of the hearing and the proceedings, prepare a survey of the road in its current as constructed location, and prepare a report with further background information that will be shared during the public hearing. Then at the hearing, the board will consider an order to legalize that portion of Sizemore Road, which will effectively clarify the record on the establishment of that portion of Sizemore Road.
One question I have is, how much land are we talking about here? Is this a 3 feet readjustment to go, it was 20 feet, or is it half mile, or what? I haven't seen a map of this, and I guess.
So, and again, during the hearing, I'll have a whole presentation to kind of explain the whole history with some figures of how the road was aligned. So in general, the road was moved several thousand feet. So Sizemore Road, the original alignment of it coincided with the proposed reservoir was with the Tumalo irrigation project. So the road would have been inundated had the reservoir actually held water and worked. So the road was moved several thousand feet.
So it's a big difference.
Yeah, various pieces of that relocated road have been established through different actions by the board. Some portions were previously legalized. Large portions of it where it crosses BLM land were granted. Right-of-way was granted by the BLM back in 1991. But this is kind of a straggler here, and it happens to be the piece that contains the Sizemore Bridge that we're going to be rehabbing next year.
And how long is this piece?
About 1,400 feet.
Quarter mile or something?
A little over a quarter mile.
So this is an existing section, people drive on it, been driving for 100 years, but it's not documented as a public right.
That's correct.
So it's the road, there's no paperwork behind the road.
There are records of the road. There isn't a firm establishment of the road. So the Crook County Commissioners' journals have, the beginning of the proceedings for legalizing the road. Effectively, it just got dropped. Certainly the Tumalo irrigation project, there's lots of public documents, lots of documents on the record regarding the construction of the road. The original establishment for Sizemore Road, and there were some subsequent reestablishments of that road prior to the irrigation project. Those are all on the record, but there isn't a record of establishment for this portion of the road in the location it exists today.
100-year housekeeping effort. Huh?
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Any questions?
This is a bit like Six Corners. That was when we were still Crook County, I believe. And did we not approve the bridge actually being rehabilitated? Isn't there,
So the board has approved it in our current fiscal year budget. You approved the contract for the design of the rehabilitation project. We're still designing the project. We'll be putting it out to bid here in another couple months, so.
Okay.
So, yeah, you've certainly have approved portions of the project. But
And the bridge did last for over 100 years.
bridge was completed in 1914, yeah.
So that's good to know that at least it was solid, just not in the legally not in the right spot. So no, this seems appropriate.
So this will set us up for a hearing on the 18th.
That's correct,
December.
December.
Do you anticipate any opposition to this? Or?
I don't. So there's two property owners affected here. One's Tumalo Irrigation District, who also operates the dam underneath the bridge. The other one is the Hudson Family Trust, who I've spoke with the Hudsons about this. They're well aware that this is coming. I certainly anticipate they'll be here and probably offer comments, but I don't anticipate in general any hostility or opposition towards the legalization.
Okay, good. All right. Then I seek a motion in support of this resolution.
I move we have board signature for resolution number 2019-051, initiating road legalization proceedings for a portion of Sizemore Road and the Sizemore Road Bridge.
I'll second it.
Okay, any further comments? Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you, Cody.
So the next item on our agenda is discussion of this solid waste management plan, and so we're joined by Tim Shimke to go through this, I guess.
Good morning. Tim Shimke, Director of Solid Waste. With the anticipated closure of Knott Landfill in 2029, we embarked on a process to ostensibly determine what we're going to do for disposal after Knott Landfill is full. The board convened a Solid Waste Advisory Committee. We hired a consultant team. It's been about 18 months going through the system. The primary goal was to determine what to do when the landfill closes for a disposal option. But as part of the process, we looked at all aspects of the solid waste system: transfer, collection, recycling, composting, as well as disposal. The resulting plan makes recommendations across the entire spectrum. On the disposal side, the three main options: either waste-to-energy plant in the county, transporting waste long haul to Columbia River Gorge, one of the big landfills there, or siting a new landfill in the county. The waste-to-energy option was set aside as clearly not financially feasible for our community at this time. And so the comparison was between long haul and siting a new landfill in the county. All of the analysis, both environmentally and economically, points to a new landfill in the county. That's what the plan recommends. A public opinion survey, statistically valid, was conducted, and over 90%, 93% of the respondents favored siting a new landfill as opposed to long hauling to an existing landfill. The plan identifies over $26 million in needed capital improvements in the system over the next 10 years. About 14 of that for a new landfill, another 12 or so for rehabilitating or rebuilding northwest and or southwest and Negus transfer stations.
So, Tim, we've heard all this before, so I think we're ready to go to the next step, which was, do we discuss as a board any of the recommendations specifically? Do we make suggestions of any changes, et cetera? I mean, this was before us 2 months ago, and we've got the report, we've read it. So I guess that would be really the focus today, is whether there's anything that we want to, there's 24 recommendations as I count them. 2 of them have to do with the new landfill. So 22 are about other parts of the system. So I wanted to clarify a couple of things that apparently it was taken at the last hearing that I was somehow making critical comments of the committee or what it did or citizen membership in the committee. I'm a big advocate for citizen membership in the committee. As you'll recall, I was helpful in getting and recommending some people to be on to bring perspectives for transportation development, technology, et cetera. So anybody that took that as somehow a criticism of citizen input, that was not my intent. I've been an advocate for every committee we've set up that way. And the other was that somehow as a oversight committee, the governing body, we should just be approving this, and I guess without any real discussion. And I think we are the policy-making board, and I think what I wanted to talk about today, and we'll see if the other commissioners do, at any, is there things we want to add, shift priorities, et cetera, from a board perspective, which is what I think our role is. So I'm going to at least talk about some of those today, and we've had some suggestions, et cetera, but I think if we could, in the next 45 minutes, kind of go through this and talk about any concerns, and then figure out how we'd like to get this done, obviously, and I think there's a lot of this that would have been approved if we could do it in parts 2 months ago, but the question is, is there other things that we want to adjust? So that's kind of my goal today. Commissioner Dare, comments or?
Actually, I was really appreciative of the fact that 93% of the respondents to our survey said that they do want to keep the landfill site in Deschutes County. I think that's really important as far as adding further traffic to the, Highway 97, going over the mountain doesn't really make sense. Keeping it within our county and, in fact, looking at some land that's available, I feel like that there is a possibility to keep it within Deschutes County, and a lot of work has been done on the plan. I find it fascinating that, our food waste is so high in Deschutes County, and I think more people should be aware of that and see what we as a county can do to reduce that number of 25% into our landfill. So that's, one of my personal goals. I would hope that we could make a difference.
Well, and this is kind of setting up that 10-year package, 10-year horizon. I know the implementation schedule kind of talks about 5, but really we're talking about a siting, which is generally expected to be 10. So, let's have some discussions. If there's ideas to throw around today, I do support. This is the starting point, and things could change. In a year or two from now, any of these items could come back for a deep discussion also. So that's generally what I see as the opportunity here, is setting the starting point and setting the 10-year horizon. But yeah, if you want to discuss anything, let's lay it out there.
So, right off the bat, the first recommendation was set up standard waste reduction recycling program for single, multifamily, and business throughout the county. And the question I asked about that was, where did you come to the idea that it all should be standardized? I thought there was some diversity in our different haulers. We have, I guess, kind of 4 different haulers in a way, plus our recycle. So and I made the comment then that, does that mean they're all have to be the same color and everything? Or I'm good with the diversity, and so I was wondering where that goal came from and what the point of that goal was, because it looks like you're going to appoint a task force and then implement that. What is that meant by that?
So that is fairly basic. The color of the carts, the messaging on the carts, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, the education and overall education and promotion. We want to be as standard as we can across those. That way, people in the North Bend area aren't seeing something different than people in the South Bend area. People who visit over here are seeing the same message wherever they're visiting. They're working at the state level, DEQ, on the same issue to try and standardize the messaging and the promotion, so that people are hearing consistently the same thing, seeing the same thing, same opportunities, hopefully.
So it's the educational process as well as the program. This references just the program, not the education. I wonder if, so does it, I guess my view was the cost of it, when you go out and standardize everything, it's like when you decide you want all white vehicles, which the county seems to have, and you had a bunch of other things going on, how much does that cost? Is there a transition? I guess that's just something I'm thinking about.
I think any changes that are made, I certainly don't expect the trucks that are driven by Waste Connections are going to be identical to the trucks that are driven by Republic Services. They're going to have their own logos, their own color scheme. It's mainly in what's the service that they're providing to the citizens, and can we be consistent in that area? I think any cost, any change that needs to happen in this regard will come through attrition. So I don't think there's any need to abandon perfectly functioning, good collection carts for yard debris and get it on all a different color right off the bat. I think as carts are replaced, they can come into that standardization.
I think the Bend Bulletin actually had a really good article on recycling on the front cover a couple of weeks ago, and I appreciate it because I asked you, on the article, it's just a matter of training our public and making it as simple as possible to see that, okay, you always put your yard waste in a green can or what, just keep it simple, but where the lids on your plastic, no, you're not supposed to recycle those because, as Tim told me, that's because it's a different plastic, it's not recyclable. So I just think, we can all learn, and it does help homeowners to have, the colors. If you don't have to do it immediately, but it can be assimilated in over a period of time, it makes sense.
Well, and clarity on what's valuable in the recycling stream. And of course, on that newspaper article, there was a foam tray that was on the wrong side of the do's and don'ts. I think I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that right away. It's like, oops, there was one thing that was on the wrong side of that front page article. But that's it, education, understanding the value of these, the life cycle, recycling or degradation of some of these items.
Much of the problem that we have in recycling is that contamination, and I think that's part of it is a clamshell recyclable or is it not?
Yeah.
And that needs to be clearly said. Wherever they're looking for information on recycling, they should be able to find that clamshells are not acceptable, or the lids on your milk jug are not acceptable. And I think, if we got a variety of approaches to education and promotion, that message gets lost, I guess.
Well, and the container industry, I've been to a couple things around the country, and we go to like a National Association of Counties meeting somewhere in the country, and there's the Cardboard Liquid Container Association with a booth, and they want to explain why this product and how it's recyclable and how it fits into a value stream. So, I mean, there's efforts locally, state, and national that are working down this path. So it's education for everyone.
And I love the idea that you could bring your own container when you go eat out at night, and you could, to take your food home. I thought that would be like something else I'd have to remember, but like how significant could that be for, cutting down on those little containers that get contaminated with food?
I usually don't have anything to take home, and I usually don't send much on my plate after I'm done. So that's, some people have that and some people don't.
Yes, well, anyway, I thought it was a wonderful idea.
Yeah, just joking, yeah.
It's okay. Okay.
So you're talking really then about a lot of education part being standardized, and that's not really what this says. This says set up a program. So maybe we could include the word education, an education effort or something, set up a standard waste reduction and recycling program, and education.
Next item is expand education. Well, it's single family.
But about reducing food waste, so it's right into food waste. So, I guess that'd be one suggestion I have, is add that to that's what the goal was really standardizing education. Which kind of leads me to the second one, that I think this problem of contaminated waste or recycling has got to be huge, because I think it's very complicated, and and there's lots of families I'm sure that do. It was easier when there was kind of, sometimes you'll go places and there'll be, metal, cardboard, newspaper, other, and I just think like the difference between a cap and on a wine bottle or a milk jug, people don't think about that. So all this contamination, I don't know how you clarify that, because first you have to get people interested in recycling to begin with. But the other part that I thought was important that didn't seem like we really dealt with in this study, and I'd like to have this be a part of a continuing task force, is what is the market for recycled materials going forward? Because are we really, like now, are we sending the majority of our quote-unquote recycled materials to, is somebody buying those from us now? And how much are they paying?
Well, we are paying people
We are
to take it
paying.
off our hands.
So
there
we
are some
could be
commodities that generate revenue, but today, much of it is you want this ton of cardboard, you have to pay us as opposed to we paying you. I don't know if cardboard's a good example, but there's always been money makers and money losers in the mix of the stream. Up until recently, the winners, the money makers, outweighed the losers, and there was usually always some revenue coming back. Today, that's not necessarily the case.
Well, see, I'd like to understand that better, and I think if we have a task force, it looks like there's a task force suggesting a couple other issues, that would be a great topic of what's the future of recycling, because at some point, it doesn't make sense to pay, $100 a ton to recycle something when we could just put it in the landfill. I mean, we've got the, or that's at least a discussion point. And it's very unclear to me with the changes in the foreign markets, what that is. And so that would be something that I think would be a valuable thing if there's a task force going forward, is that issue of, should we be trying to recycle everything regardless of cost? Or should we be just recycling certain items? So that's
That's a valid point. The law does allow a county to make a case. So when we considered this in the past, at one point, glass was very expensive, and we wondered whether we should try and make the case, an economic case.
for us, it was for
for
us,
us.
we had to pay money to
Yes.
recycle glass.
Yes. And so we
That's
could
one of
have.
the easiest things to say, that's glass.
That's true. But it was costing us $50 or $75 a ton, to get somebody to take it from us. And at that point, we talked about maybe approaching the state and saying, the economics of glass is just so that we don't think it should be on our list of principal recyclables. Remember that the state has established a number of commodities that are considered principal to us, and we have to include them in our program.
Okay.
Some things we've added because there was a market, and that's worked out well. We also have learned that changing that mix is a big deal. It's really hard to get the citizens to say, okay, I guess I'm not putting my widgets in here anymore like I used to. It's really difficult to make those changes. So although pricing goes like this, and there's the times when you could say, gee, we should be landfilling this, and then other times where, no, we shouldn't be, but you have to make a decision that's gonna cut through this, that's can be difficult to do.
Well, did the Solid Waste Advisory Committee talk much about that, or?
I don't think anybody really has a good idea of what the long-term prognosis is for pricing. I mean, I'm on a stakeholders group with DEQ to look at the entire recycling system in the state, and that's a big question in their minds too. And they're hiring consultants and trying to, use their crystal ball and try and figure out what might or might not happen in the future. And it's really, really difficult. China and not yet, but I think most of the Asian markets are gonna go away. So this country is scrambling now to try and establish, processors and users of this recycled material locally. And so that will happen, but it'll happen slowly over time, and, there's optimism there, but I'm not sure we're really excited about how quickly, that capacity that was used up by China is gonna be absorbed here in the United States yet.
Speaking of recycling, so what you did identify, construction, demolition, waste is something to look at in terms of how to increase the recycling of that, and that's, that's something I'm really in favor of, because I think that's a huge part of our, at least what's delivered to the landfill. I don't know if it's not so much the haulers pick it up, but that's what people take there a lot currently, and as long as we're in this boom. I'd like to, if possible, move that priority back to sooner than it looks like it's planning all the way into 2021. To me, that would be something that would be good to plan sooner. So I don't know if that's something we could do, but move that priority back. There's other things maybe we could move a little bit later, but that's such a big content, and it's something we could, if we get on it, we could work with builders, et cetera, to figure out some of this. And I don't know what amount's recyclable, if it's, but there's a lot of volume of heavy stuff that won't decay, won't deteriorate, and it's gonna sit there, in the ground forever. So, so I would encourage moving that into, as soon as possible. So that's just a priority thing.
Well, so this is 6-month increments. We're looking at the 2019 to 2025 kind of Gantt chart.
Yeah.
What does that look like, pulling back 6 months into the expand and develop new programs, increasing C&D materials? Is that a consultant,
So
or is that?
I don't necessarily think that those are listed in priority. I think we can pick and choose which ones we want to act on soon, and which ones we want to delay. And I think it's important to note that this is a plan, and we included the cities and everybody in, but it's a high level that kind of sets a direction. And what you guys decide to do in these areas will not impact or dictate what they will do in the city of Bend or the city of Redmond, and vice versa. They may take different actions first. They may be much more aggressive in some actions than you'll want to be on other actions. So it's a.
But the CD waste is really, what I'm talking about is the stuff that shows up at the landfill. I mean, it really isn't the city of Bend and the haulers, it isn't the city of Redmond and the haulers, because
True.
haulers really aren't, it's mostly the
dump
private,
trailers
it's
from
the
the
dump
contractor.
trailers from, and I've done a lot of that. I know, it's a, if we could somehow intercept or start talking about that with some of the industry, that would be a good thing to do, because it's such a big part of the non-decaying, and it's a lot of weight, and it takes up a lot of volume. So that would be a recommendation I'd have, is move that back, to start, in 2020.
We have dollars in the current budget for waste characterization. So particularly on C and D, the state average says about 32% of our waste is C and D. I think it's much higher. I know that in.
Well, I do too. I mean, I think you're gonna find that too. I don't know how much the haulers is a big part, and it's hard to know what, as a citizen, we don't stand and watch their unloading of trucks. But when you're out there in the at the station, you can see what people are dropping off, and the big loads tend to be a lot of C and D.
So we also recognize that most of what we would pull out of that C and D mix would be scrap lumber. And a market for that, just like everything else, sometimes it's non-existent and sometimes it's good, and it changes with air quality regulations. Changes come along. Pretty soon, where we used to market our wood, they don't want it anymore, So not only is it what's in here, what can we recover, but what do we do with it if we're gonna pull it out? What makes sense,
Well, and that's part of what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know whether there's anything you can do with drywall, but there's a lot of drywall that shows up there. I don't know if you can do anything with roofing, but there's a lot of roofing that shows up out there. So, or insulation, there's a lot of, but those are products that maybe somebody's working, but that's what I think we should be looking at, is what's the cutting edge, because we, being one of the fastest growing areas in the country, we could be a real example of how to deal with these things, and so that was thought. So let's talk a little bit about food waste. What I took away from all the discussions about it is that there's this quote in here about which Commissioner Dare said that 25% of the waste is food waste or organic. I don't think that's true from houses. Now, maybe it is true in the whole system, but I would be shocked if it was true in houses, because I don't think people have that much. I mean, most people have garbage disposals. A lot of stuff goes down, and then there's the other. But we can find out in a characterization. But what I thought the biggest problem was not the individual residences, but the restaurants and the big users that can't really do anything because they're contaminating with other things. And I can imagine this as the people that work in the restaurants don't want to necessarily separate it out, kind of like people in the construction industry don't want to separate out wood and other things in their dump trailers. So it looks like, to me, that would be a bigger priority. That one is put off to, I don't know, sometime next year or the year after.
January 21 is when you have it set up for the resort and hotels. And
Yeah.
I would think if we
Move
could
that,
move that
yeah.
closer to now, that would be a good move. But actually, if you live in a private residence and you're not on a system, you're not supposed to use your garbage disposal. And so,
I'd be interested in doing a poll to see how many people follow that.
I've followed it forever because my plumber told me to.
Yeah, we were real careful.
Boy,
Yeah,
that's
you have to be very careful.
Well, I don't know.
Particularly the vegetative food waste that goes in garbage disposals, that is very valuable in the compost operation. Our compost struggles because it's all woody, there's very little nitrogen, very little green, so we're excited about what might start coming into the compost operation as we emphasize food waste. And I don't disagree with you, Phil, that the vast majority of the food waste that we're going to recover is going to come from the commercial sector, grocery stores, restaurants, et cetera.
And institutional, just.
Right.
Well, I like the pilot projects that the haulers are doing where, in the residential, but I think the challenge is that, so I agree with Commissioner Dare, moving that priority up a little would be a good thing.
Yes, was it 4.5 to move that one
Yeah.
closer to now? Could be helpful.
And then something that Commissioner Bone, you brought up about the issue of privatization, and we have that whole addendum. One thing we could do is add a 7.3 that kind of summarizes that in a sentence, and references or something, like, look at options for privatizations under landfill, that's the landfill disposal options. Look at, consider or evaluate options involving privatization of the development or operation of the landfill. See addendum, whatever it's called. The
White
addendum,
paper, yeah.
Yeah, so how about that as a additional 7.3? Is that reasonable to you?
Or even adding to 7.2, maybe just with a few words, including,
We'll come up with a narrative,
Yeah.
short, about consideration of the private sector, but we'll have it in the body of the document.
And so remember, we've got a great system, we've got great partners. And this is just that one point in time where we're looking at, okay, we've got a solid waste system, it's, history in Deschutes County, existing flow of people, education of users, I guess is what I'm referring to. Is there a big thing here that could or should be talked about? And, I think we kind of ran it to ground here. We've got our franchise agreements and our haulers, the relationships in place, and they've all been notified about what if, what is there a bigger picture here that we could be discussing? And we're kind of in a sweet spot, even nationally, when you talk to other commissioners, they don't even have this much knowledge on what happens in solid waste.
Yeah.
I asked a commissioner from the coast, I said, what's the solid waste? They're like, I don't know. They had no idea what they even do. Just that one commissioner had mentioned that. So not everybody, but still, we're in a good spot. Looks like Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I would suggest I kind of support Commissioner Henderson's idea to make it 7.3 a standalone. Certainly 7.2 is something that we would look at privatization in terms of the new landfill, the process for siting and so forth. But I think based on our historical practice, we've looked at privatization for each of the service components of the solid waste operation, and we would obviously commit to continuing to do that as a standard protocol, when we're evaluating any significant change in how a service is provided, any component piece of new service or so forth. So I think having it as a standalone recommendation, generic to the entire operation, makes sense.
Maybe we can come up with something like that.
I happen to agree, having it a standalone also. I'm someone who has recycled my whole life. My grandmother recycled. My family was born in the Depression, and I've always thought I train my children about it. I just think it's an important way to be, and I love your analysis of like building materials. What can you do? And I know looking at them, it's really difficult because we have like JTS, the shavings company in Redmond. Are they ever equipped to take like the leftover lumber? They do pine and fir, shavings. So could it be incorporated into their system? I know what they're burning in Lake County for that. That's a different issue than that's hauling. But, what could JTS do to work with us?
Yeah, and that's fine. No opposition here. It's a reminder that our system, has those opportunities to ask.
Any other, so that's all the comments I had, really, so it seems like there's not too
Okay.
many.
But just to clarify, because Phil, when you talked about the privatization, you seem to be focused on the landfill.
Well,
suggestion.
well, that's, yeah, so 7.3 is about landfill disposal, so I was thinking about it with regard to privatization of the development of it or the operation of it. I agree with what Tom is saying about, well, we consider that in all areas. And so I don't know where that might
We
go
were
somewhere
thinking that
else.
we would add a recommendation in the chapter 8, which is administration. So then it would talk about, in general terms, we like to consider the private sector, at the various points in the timeline where that makes sense. When we're making a large capital investment, we'll want to consider that. Or a large change in how the operation happens, we'll want to consider it at those kind of points.
Yeah, that would make sense. So create an 8 for that. Okay, so I think it seems like we could come up with some of these adjustments, et cetera, and we could probably come back and we've got a meeting the next Monday, and then we have a meeting the following Monday, so maybe the following Monday.
Okay,
Uh, It sounds like there's 3 recommendations. Move 2 items back by 6 months, or maybe 1 by 6 months or whatever, and add an 8 point something. I mean, I'm just
Right.
proposing, can we get there today? 8.5?
Well, if we have the wording.
Because, I mean, it's kind of a ceremonial point, getting this thing concluded. So I'm just advocating that if we can do that, this is the starting point of a 5 and 10 year.
Well, I have so I have a suggested wording in 7.3.
Or 8.5
Well,
would that be?
Well, we're gonna do both, I think is what.
Oh, okay,
you
was
said.
that the proposal?
Yeah, so I didn't do 8. 8.5 is for considering privatization of other points along the line.
Well, and I was thinking 8.5 could say all aspects.
Well, I would recommend 7.3 because it's just the landfill first, because
Okay.
that was, and then the 8.5 was a continuing thing, I guess, is what, this is kind of a point in time. So I had to evaluate the option of privatization of development or operations of the new landfill. That's all I mean, evaluate that.
It's
How does that
7.3.
sound? That's 7.3. Do you have an 8.5?
Well, and I was thinking that 7.3 would be an 8.5 where in all, evaluate private partnership, in all aspects.
I think we need the 7.3,
Okay.
because that is the landfill disposal options category heading. So definitely, we need to add that one. And then the other ones that we were just talking about, 4.5, I wanted to move that one up 6 months. The food recycling for the hotels and resorts, and then if we move up the construction, 3.5? Or, and then what? Concurrently, should we move up the incentives at the same time, 4.7? So if we move both of those up to the first of 2020?
So, yeah, speaking of 4.7, use the word develop a program to provide incentives. I think we should evaluate a program because we don't know really if, we don't know if we're going to develop one or not. Depends on what the incentives are. So to me, there's a step before developing it because otherwise we're not really sure.
Maybe there's a 6-month effort from the beginning of 2020 to put in an effort, evaluate before planning.
Yeah.
Because that could be the industry experts saying this is the point in time that we know right now. Now we're really changing things.
it seems like evaluation and development kind of go hand in hand.
So we use both words,
Yeah,
evaluate and develop.
And analyzing as we go along, adjust, et cetera.
Maybe evaluate and develop.
That's what I
But-
wrote down. It seems to flow together. It makes sense. Evaluate, develop, and then maybe you have to modify, but, the sooner we start with this, the more positive it is for our landfill.
Well, now it's getting a little bit more changes than the 3 I was thinking we were at.
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And Commissioner Henderson's proposing another statement under administration for all.
Well, I didn't propose it.
Oh, well,
Tim did.
What
Tim,
did
what
you
was your
say?
statement for 8?
we're getting there.
I had proposed to address privatization wherever we
Yeah,
want to
and
consider
that's
it
what I-
as a recommendation in the administrative chapter, chapter 8.
Yep.
We'll have a statement in there that says, and basically you saw the memo that I wrote up. We'll take the gist of that and say, here's where we want to start, or where we want to consider privatization.
So that's where we would reference, in 8.5, we would call it out and then reference the addendum, or C addendum,
Yes,
whatever.
it'll still be an appendix, but we'll talk about it in a recommendation in chapter 8 and reference it.
Well, I think it's good to have it there twice. We have food waste in here 7 times. So,
Because it's a very big problem.
yeah, so I think it's good to have a second about privatization. So let's see, how would we say that? Consider privatization.
As we have historically done.
Yeah, that's fine. We consider privatization. Of all aspects.
So now I'm just thinking kind of the time frame. I mean, I would very much like to kind of get this rolling, because just getting into the holidays, this is where Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's, and people are just kind of reevaluating their lives a little bit. I mean, so getting this done in preparation for that kind of couple-month period is going to be valuable for just people to digest what we're doing. Could be a great discussion at the Thanksgiving table.
Wow.
Solid waste.
Are we going to recycle this turkey?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the bones.
The bones, are
Yeah.
you making soup?
All aspects of this. An addendum.
Are you wrapping your presents? You know?
But I'm referring to not slipping through November to December and January, you know, because this could slip if we're not careful too.
Privatization of all aspects of this. Reference to addendum.
So Tim, currently today, is cardboard, is it a cost benefit for us?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Is it probably one of the only ones then?
Yes. Cardboard and scrap metal, typically.
Oh,
they're
scrap
always
metal.
On the positive side. Right now, they're very, very low, but they're still positive. At least the last time I looked at numbers, they were still positive, but they're very, very low. And so, we.
And then it's a function.
What about newspaper? What about the paper?
Newspapers, we're seeing the volume of newspaper in our
It's
mix
going- it's really-
slowly.
yes, it's
There's
a-
very little of it in there anymore. People don't buy and read newspapers anymore. They get their news,
Online.
you know, and that's I mean, it's very clear in the industry that that's happened. And it changes a lot of things. So our commingled mix, you know, we send it over there. Every so often, they pull it apart and they say, okay, this is a percentage of cardboard, newspaper, et cetera. And that's how they come up with their pricing, you know, and that's changing. The newspaper is a much smaller component of the stream than it used to be. Changes the weights for hauling, because it's typically a heavy product, you know.
Right.
We notice that when we're bringing our recyclables in from Redmond, you know, that those bins are full, but don't weigh near as much as they did 10 years ago, because of the mix that's in there has changed.
Yes.
So here's a suggested 8.5. Consider privatization of all aspects of the solid waste system as referenced in Addendum A, and has been the practice of the Deschutes County solid waste system historically.
Okay?
Does that work?
Okay. Yeah.
Capture it?
Great
Okay.
statement.
So we've got a 7.3 and an 8.5. We've moved a couple of the timelines.
We moved 3 of the timelines, 6 months. So,
Oh, so I had one other suggestion under 4.1 about the residential food waste. You're continuing the current program for 2 years. it seems like at that point you would do some kind of study of it, you know, a little, be an item to see how it's working, because that's really the question with residential, and there's nothing, it just says implement full program. Well, aren't you gonna look at it, because I guess I would think we'd look at it somewhere after we've done it for a couple of years.
Well, 4.8 is characterization study, it'd probably include
Well, 4.8 though,
right above it.
yeah, but that's characterizing what kind of waste comes in. That's a study of how you break it. That's different.
Let's kind of confirm, do we have 25% food waste in our overall mix, or is it higher? I think, like C&D, I think food waste is higher in Deschutes County, just with all the tourism and all the restaurants we have. I think that it's a bigger portion, maybe not in the households, but in general, you know, and so that's one of the things we want to confirm with the waste characterization study.
Is it possible to separate the household amounts from the commercial amounts? I mean, do different haulers pick up different places?
Yeah, I mean, it's two different, I believe, I don't believe the residential route trucks are servicing the restaurants at all, so I think it's two different,
You could
and I can confirm that.
be good.
You know, it's really hard, especially on the residential side. You know, you got this 90-gallon cart, and you put your food waste in there, and they've been going around in this pilot project and trying to see if they can see food waste, and it's very, very difficult to see. It's just
It's all in bags, yeah.
a small amount in a large cart, you know? So it might be difficult to get a detailed study on how well that's working on the residential side. It certainly will be on the commercial side, but on the residential side, it's gonna be more difficult. And we're gonna have to estimate what kind of participation and what we think we're getting in there, but a lot of it is gonna be just that estimate, you know, based on how many people are participating, not necessarily how well they're participating.
You were referencing food waste mixed in with yard waste.
That's right. That's the residential
Yeah.
route program. And, you know, the city of Bend has already done that, adopted that food waste outside of their pilot project. They wanted, everybody who's got a cart now has the ability to put their food waste, all their food waste in their cart. So that's already happened. You guys you're gonna be deciding whether or not you wanna offer a yard debris cart at all, where we do collection outside the cities. We don't offer that at all yet. So that'll be kind of step one for you guys, and at that point in time, you can debate whether there should be food waste in there, or whether there should be only vegetative food waste, or whether it's all food waste. As that's kind of points to what the different jurisdictions out here are all moving, hopefully in the same direction, but all at different speeds, you know, different levels of aggressiveness.
Urban and rural intensity and routes, yeah.
Yes.
Well, so, do you want to, we can go ahead and approve it as modified, or?
Yeah, so
I mean,
we're.
really what we're approving is the recommendations.
Right.
It's kind of hard, I mean, all of the background information is, but this is really what the crux of it is, it seems like. Is that your
Yeah,
understanding too?
I would say that's, I mean, you're being asked to adopt the solid waste management plan, whatever that means, you know? And then again, as I just said, you know, the city of Bend will go through recommendations differently, different time frame than you guys will, than Redmond will. I think Redmond is ready to add food waste everywhere as well, but we're telling them, you know, everything that gets collected in Redmond now comes over to the transfer station. It doesn't get composted. It comes over and it ends up as daily cover in the landfill, you know? So they might want to wait on their program until they can tell their citizens, we are composting your food waste and your yard debris. You know, as we look at Negus Transfer Station and the rebuild, we'll go through the land use process to make sure we can have a compost operation out there. Just how soon we actually start composting is yet to be determined, but that's still yet to come. And it just kind of illustrates the different speed that different jurisdictions will be moving as we implement this plan.
So is this heading towards a mandatory program, or is it voluntary at this point, or, because I didn't realize the entire city of Bend, I thought
Well,
one of the haulers had started a program, and they were actually identified houses that were kind of signed up for it to see how it works, and I didn't think everybody,
both Cascade in South Bend and Bend Garbage in the North Bend had one route that was on a pilot. They did that for a little over a year, and the city now has said, give it to every customer. And it's voluntary. So yard debris carts, it's a subscription basis. If you want that service in the city of Bend, you pay an extra, whatever it is, $5 a month to have that, you know? And then if you have that, then now they're saying you can put your food waste in there. You know, so nobody's talking about saying, okay, everybody is gonna pay for yard debris service, whether they wanna use it or not. That's been advocated by DEQ, but that's not been adopted by any city. And I don't know if the city of Bend would get to a point where they wanna do that or not.
Well, City of Portland, I think they have a separate container for food that they pick up. That's what my
I think they do.
brother-in-law do. It's not mixed with, you're not doing the composting, somebody else, the city is. They're picking it up once a week, and that's how it's explained to me anyway, so I don't know. So it's not the integration at home, they're saying, they're actually putting that a priority over the other waste, is kind of the way they're doing it, but, okay.
So I think we can get there.
Don't you think we can?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. So I will move approval of order number 2019-040 and order adopting the 2019 Solid Waste Management Plan and directing the implementation of said plan with proposed edits to the Gantt chart, basically, is I think what we did.
We'll write the recommendation in Chapter 8. We'll make the adjustments on the timeline. They'll all be very clear, the adjustments we made, and we'll bring those back to you before we actually incorporate them into the plan.
Okay, sounds good.
So the order, yeah, could be approved, and that was seconded.
Okay. So with the amendments, I'm supportive of it. A lot of good work by the committee and leadership, a lot to work on. So,
Special thanks to the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. You know, there's the history of kind of having to stop that whole process for a period of time, and now we've started it again. So this is that work product. We all agree that we're going to move forward in the next 5 or 10 years. We'll get great things done in solid waste.
This is at least in the solid waste world, this is the biggest decision you guys are going to make. And I really appreciate the thought and the concerns that I've heard, your assistance in getting this done. I appreciate it. Thank you.
okay, Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel, but I'm beyond that.
Okay. Yes. A
We
cartwheel?
can all help with it, baby.
Do it on your motorcycle.
Yes, please.
There you go.
Not.
Okay, so our next, we're going to interrupt before we move on to our 10:05 item. We're going to have the representatives of Medline and Redmond Economic Development, come up and talk about this conversion of your loan to a grant, which is a sign of success in the program. So thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, John Stark, Senior Director of Redmond Economic Development, and with me is...
Steve Bettis, Vice President of Operations for Medline Renewal.
So before you today, I think as part of the consent agenda was a conversion of the loan to a grant for Medline, which effectively in about 2015, we executed an agreement for a $28,000 loan under the Economic Development Loan Fund that Deschutes County has to create 28 jobs from 150 to 178 jobs for a total of $28,000 in terms of a loan. And should that company create those jobs and maintain them for 12 consecutive months, the loan is then converted to a grant and not repaid. Under the program, it's typically a 3-year program, but Medline had some delays going into the project in terms of construction delays. Didn't allow them to get into this larger facility until a time in which that delayed their job creation. So we asked for an extension of the maintenance period about a year and a half ago, and which was granted, and it's still the Medline was just a little bit short, but since that time, the end of the maintenance period, March of 2019, they were required to be at that 178 jobs, they actually exceeded that by 23. So it just took them a little while to get going, but you'll find today that the employment at the facility is actually 49 jobs more at 227 today than what we had originally anticipated. It just took them a little while to get into the facility, use up that capacity, and add these jobs. And the intent of this program, since its inception, is to demonstrate flexibility, but in the end, create jobs, and that's exactly what this program has done. So with me today is Steve Bettis, as I mentioned, or he mentioned in introducing himself with Medline. I'll let him talk about kind of how the program worked for him and whether it was valuable or not.
Joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. You know, I think the importance of the program was really the incentives that were presented to Medline when the opportunity came to either move the business or to, put a stake in the ground and build a building, locally. And I think the incentives between state, county and city, that total package of what this was a part of really showed our leadership team back in Chicago that the community was committed to the, Medline being here and investing, building a building for this long-term investment. And I really want to thank you because I think, 28,000 in the big scope didn't make or break the deal, but what it really did was when I'm back presenting to corporate about why we should stay in Redmond, it just showed support, right? It showed so much support from the community, state, city, and that continues to show, right? And so it really did make a difference. I'm very happy we exceeded the job growth by the amount we did. And I just wanted to say thank you. It made a big difference.
I think you announced an expansion. There was some news about that yesterday
yeah.
too.
Next
So
step.
yet
Heard
another.
that on Wednesday.
Yeah, so we've actually I brought a couple of things for you. We actually worked with Damon Rumberg at the Regional Economic Department to show how much that initial building, it was over $10 million we spent to build that building at Redmond, and how much that stayed in the community. It was over 90% stayed in the community. And so we actually shared those figures with Damon. They did a really nice information graphic for our Redmond Economic Development Luncheon this year. And it's just really good information, and now we're going to do that again. So we are going to double the size of our facility. We've announced our partnership with SunWest Builders. We're going to go from 50,000 square feet to 100,000 square feet on the existing 12 acres we bought. It'll be another serious expansion, and we're even making some empty rooms for the future growth we don't even know about yet. So we're very excited about that and announcing that last week.
Well, that's great news. I was glad to hear that at the Ready meeting, and I didn't know if it was just for disclosure, but that's great. Well, this is exactly how the program is supposed to work, and does in most of our cases, so that where we've given a loan for adding, and so we're in support, I'm sure, of converting that to a grant, so that's good.
Congratulations. We were able to see the facility during the Made Redmond tour maybe a year and a half ago is when I got to go through it. But, yeah, just understanding what's really going on, the impact for the medical industry also. I mean, it's very valuable to be able to reprocess and get these devices back out. Cost of health care for everybody and the big projects that end up happening. So congratulations. Thanks for settling in Central Oregon.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, as being someone who is married to an ear, nose, and throat doctor, it's really amazing to see American creativity and, restoring equipment to its usable state. I love this project, and it's close to my heart because a lot of times the equipment really isn't, you shouldn't throw it away. You can just fix it a little bit, tweak it a little bit, and, it's back out there saving lives. So thank you. And I'm thrilled that it's in Redmond.
One other tidbit of information, I was actually in an Opportunity Knox group about 20 years ago with whoever the local founder was, I can't remember, of the committee, when the company had about 7 or 8 employees is what I remember. And it was called, what was it called back then?
It was Medisys, and it was Mac McKibben who founded
Yeah,
it, and
yeah.
Sisters. And
So
we
it
have
was-
2 of those original 6 employees still with us.
Is that right? Interesting. Well, I remember
Oh, good to
the Opportunity Knox was a strategy where business owners would get together and talk about how to give each other feedback on how to grow, and so that was kind of amazing. So thanks.
It's definitely a success story, and I'm as an Oregon native, I'm very glad we stayed in Redmond as well. So thank you for your help, and again, the flexibility when the project was delayed made a big difference. So thank you for that.
Great, okay.
And thank you, John,
Entertain a-
Yeah.
for all the work you do in
Positive.
Redmond and making things happen like this, so.
So, yeah, I'll move to authorize the county administrator to convert $28,000 economic development loan made to Medline renewal to a grant.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes,
Chair votes yes.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
For
much.
joining us today.
thank you.
So the next item on our agenda, we're going to move on to the discussion of the Deschutes Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. And we'll be joined up here by Peter Katowski, but we have some experts in the room. And we welcome all of you to coming up here. Should we have them come up and,
Please, yeah, I was just going to have some opening remarks,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
great. And,
Hopefully Ken Reich's on his way. Well, for the record, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I'm Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager, and it's my pleasure to introduce panelists who are very familiar with the Deschutes Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. From our left to right, we have Mike Tripp, who's an ex officio member with Trout Unlimited, the Red Bands chapter. Todd Heisler, who is the Rivers Conservation Program Director for the Central Oregon Land Watch. Bridget Moran, who is the Field Supervisor for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And Ken Reich, it's my understanding, is planning on attending. Hopefully he'll be here in just a few minutes. He is the manager for the Tumalo Irrigation District. So my suggestion for the Board of County Commissioners, knowing that you are considering providing comments for the public record on the draft Habitat Conservation Plan, is to allow the panelists to speak for about 5 to 8 minutes, sharing their perspectives on the draft Habitat Conservation Plan. This would afford the board ample time to provide questions and comments. And the thought that I had is we would start with Bridget, who could articulate the circumstances that motivated the 8 irrigation districts and the city of Prineville to submit a habitat conservation plan. Hopefully Ken arrives and we can utilize his experience and his thoughts about the habitat conservation plan and the proposed action, which is one of the 4 alternatives. And then we would turn it over to Todd Heisler and Mike Tripp, who are representing 2 environmental organizations, to share their perspectives on the draft plan and the draft environmental impact statement. So that was my thought for structuring a nice hour of engagement with the Board of County Commissioners for those that are in the audience and anybody listening at home.
good. That sounds good.
Great.
And I want to give a little preface too. Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it. Really, I think as commissioners, we're looking for just to hear perspectives, because we had signed on earlier thinking we should, say something about the plan, because we're elected by all the residents of Deschutes County, and some are not as intensely involved in the river as each of you are, and the water issues, but they think about it and they use the river, or they use the impacts of the river in different ways, or they're connected to it. So we kind of signed on to do that. As you recall, I was part of the Basin Study Work Group, which I really just had joined to learn more and be part of it. And I remember first time meeting you, Bridget, at one of the early meetings. And but I think in one case, we can each speak here a minute. We just aren't really sure about what the different positions are and why, and what the impacts are. I know, Todd, you've written an editorial about it, so you had a position, and and then the irrigation guys. And we're trying to see what the disagreement points are and what that is, and because our job is to look out for kind of a broad population, not a special interest. I think if Ken gets here, maybe what we'll do is kind of stop at that point and bring him up to speed, so he kind of doesn't feel out of, because he was to come in with an irrigation company. Their they're already piping most of theirs, and so they're not really, I guess, as affected by the future plan, but he at least knows that world. And we actually have as much as an hour and 20 minutes if we need to, and we really appreciate you coming today. And then we'll decide after this meeting whether we do something further as a board or individually or whatever. And Commissioner Adair has agreed to read the entire proposed plan. Report back, right? Hey. Yeah, we heard her.
All in favor? Yeah.
So we'll take a motion on that. She loves reading it, so.
I
but
love
anyway,
reading. Yes.
Yeah, so 800 pages. Yeah. What's that? So anyway, so that's kind of where we are. So, yeah, Commissioner?
So, yeah, thanks for joining us. You know, as a Board of Commissioners representing Deschutes County, this is kind of the upper Deschutes, the middle Deschutes, the lower Deschutes, the basin, the whole big picture. Also, you know, just the history, so this would be good to explain and for the public and for us, the history of not doing a habitat conservation plan in the last 20 years and, you know, kind of working together. So we've got a lot of history as districts and residents and development in Central Oregon on this too. So kind of putting it in a focus about what this thing is, what was happening in the last 20 or 30 years, you know, because these diversions were put in 100 years ago. So just some of that history can be valuable for us to start with because, you know, you, as I say, you're talking down into the issues at this point, but let's remember the high level, especially for somebody that can find this video in the near future also.
Great. Good point. Mr. Adair?
Oh, I'm so glad to know that I'm going to be reading the entire plan. I remember going to the water meetings at Black Bear and listening to Bridget talk about the plan and how much effort and involvement and, you know, knowing about the different groups that are all thinking of our water, and it is our goal here in Central Oregon in our high desert. We do want to keep it clean and protect it. And because I live out by Sisters Water Department is, you know, they've already done, it's right down the street from me, and they're already like ahead of the game as far as protecting our water, and I think that's extremely important. And yet I recognize that we do live in, our neighboring county is very agricultural, and Jefferson County raises significant crops that impact the nation, and as far as their seed crops and everything goes. So I want to always be respectful of the impact for them, and yet, you know, it's great to have you know, everyone looking at all the different groups coming together and working this out, and I appreciate when you put a lot of time and effort into it. So thanks for coming today. It should be very interesting, and I will let you know more when I've done reading.
Okay.
Excellent. Good morning. Again, I'm Bridget Moran with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I manage our Bend field office here in Central Oregon. And what I thought I might do is start with, consistent with the Commissioner's request, a little bit of a broader perspective on the situation here in Central Oregon. I thank the Commission for having us here today to inform you on this and answer any questions you might have. So generally speaking, habitat conservation plans are a tool of the Endangered Species Act that are employed when non-federal entities want to get a permit from the Fish and Wildlife Service or the National Marine Fisheries. Just for a quick aside, there's two agencies that implement the Endangered Species Act. Ourselves, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have jurisdiction over the species that spend most of their life on either in freshwater or on the land. You can think of the spotted owl is one that many people have a lot of experience with, but also bull trout and other species. Our colleagues over at National Marine Fisheries Service deal with the species that spend more than half of their life in the marine waters. So many of the Pacific salmon that are listed are under the jurisdiction of National Marine Fisheries. So both of us, both of our agencies implement the Endangered Species Act. And as such, we work with federal and non-federal entities to provide means for them to conserve and help us restore and recover species and their habitats. So for a non-federal entity, I'll be speaking exclusively about non-federal entity, the districts in this particular case in the city, we have a tool under the Endangered Species Act called Habitat Conservation Planning. And that tool is used when entities have otherwise lawful activities, meaning that everything else they're doing is following the law. However, those activities can cause harm to endangered species or their habitats. So in this particular case, the irrigation districts and the city of Prineville store and divert and deliver water in a manner that is consistent with Oregon state water law. However, that ongoing activity has a negative impact on endangered species in this basin. Therefore, they need to either modify that activity in such a way that it doesn't cause that effect, or come and work with us to develop a plan that gives them a permit to continue doing that activity in a modified way so that they are in compliance with the Endangered Species Act. So in the basin here, the Deschutes Basin, we've been working with the 8 irrigation districts and the city of Prineville for about a decade. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has provided $3.6 million of habitat conservation planning assistance to the Deschutes Basin Board of Control. That's the entity that the districts have formed to work collaboratively on this plan. The districts then have hired a consultant. They have worked with us to evaluate all of their activities of storing, delivering, diverting, et cetera, the water, and how that activity can impact endangered species. We then look very specifically about how they can modify that activity while still meeting their business needs. And then, excuse me, and then the districts or the applicants develop a plan. They submit that to us for approval. So that's a sort of high-level view of what's going on. In this case, yes.
Yeah, Deschutes Basin Board of Control is the applicant.
Correct.
'Cause, I mean, I've always known it as the irrigation districts, but yeah, that's the applicant, and the documents being created
Correct.
as a result of that.
Yes, they are the applicants. If and when we approve that plan, they become the permittees under that plan.
Just the basics. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So the applicants have been working with us for a long period of time, providing them technical assistance. We are the species experts. We have a best understanding of the science and how their activity might impact those species. And we work with them to help them to, one, we try to understand their business in the sense so that we can work with them to understand how they could modify that while still delivering water, but in a way that doesn't harm the species so as they have. The reason why we're dealing with this now in particular, as a result previously of the Pelton relicensing and fish being reintroduced above that complex and other impacts to aquatic species, the districts recognized early that, about probably 10 to 12 years ago, that they had a potential to affect fish species. Concurrent with that, the Fish and Wildlife Service was also in the process of evaluating whether the Oregon spotted frog needed to be put on the endangered species list. In 2014, we went through our rigorous federal rulemaking process, and we determined that the Oregon spotted frog met the definition of a threatened species, and we included and put that species on the endangered species list.
Stupid question, but so we've had this discussion about the Oregon spotted frog. Did it used to live in other parts of Oregon, and then that habitat has been eliminated, or has this been always the only home of the Oregon spotted frog, the Deschutes River?
No, the Oregon spotted frog is native to the state of Oregon. However, its range has contracted as a result of development and other activities over the last, centuries. So we had the spotted frog initially, its range was from southern British Columbia to northern California, and it predominantly lives in wetlands and adjacent to riverine habitats. And as a result of channelization of rivers and development, its range has contracted. And so the Deschutes area is one of its strongholds, as it always has been. However, in other areas, it has been what we would call extirpated, meaning it no longer is found in certain areas.
And I always wondered with, because that seems to be the driver of so much activity, is that that's listing as an endangered species. Have groups ever thought about trying to introduce it other places as a way to, I guess I would take it off the endangered species list or whatever? I mean, is that a strategy that's been thought about or talked about? I mean,
My office is currently the lead on developing the recovery plan for the Oregon spotted frog. We tend to do that within the first 5 to 10 years, 5-ish years after the species is listed. And so we will be looking at all strategies to recover the species. Sometimes we do reintroductions. And sometimes that habitat is no longer suitable. So in certain cases, like over in the valley, for instance, there were some wetland sites that no longer exist whatsoever. So just as much as we have areas where spotted owls used to be, you might expect that folks might not want us to reintroduce them there when the habitat no longer exists. So we're fairly cautious about reintroductions. However, we would do that when the habitat is suitable for them to thrive and recover with those actions.
Could I ask you a question? This is a question about the bull trout, which is on the endangered species list. And yet we read about a month ago that you were actually allowed to fish it and keep it in Lake Billy Chinook. It was in
Yes.
black and white print, and I'm going like,
Yes.
anyway,
Yeah,
That is true?
That is true, and that can be very confusing to the public.
Yes.
I understand.
I was, and commissioners also.
Yes. I would also point out that many of our Pacific salmon that are listed under the Endangered Species Act also have fishing seasons for them broadly. Those fishing seasons are all constrained, excuse me, to such an extent to not impede the recovery of those species, and would only occur in areas where there is sufficient quantity, if you will, that would that from a conservation perspective, that might be considered a threat, and that threat would not impede its recovery. There are, you might recall that we considered listing the greater sage grouse not that long ago. Some states, including Oregon, still have sage grouse hunts. And so it is not completely inconsistent, even though it might be a little confusing, and I can understand your confusion with that. However, when those seasons or fishing limits are established, they are within the constraints of a recovery plan that exists for the species, as well as addressing it, how its overall conservation strategy is designed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
So spotted frog, you mentioned 2014. So it went from threatened to endangered? Is that kind of the official?
No, it went from being a candidate for inclusion on the endangered species list to now being a threatened species on the endangered species list.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah, we have sort of a.
It was a transition at that point.
Yes, yes. Species that are, quote, on the list are either threatened or endangered. Threatened is the sort of first step. That means they are at risk of becoming endangered. And if it's endangered, it's at risk of becoming extinct. So it's sort of the first tier, if you will, of protection.
Threatened?
It's threatened.
And it's on the list.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, both designations are on the list and bring with them the full protections of the Endangered Species Act. So when the frog was listed in 2014, that then became a much more focused impetus of the Deschutes Habitat Conservation Plan, in particular because the activities in the upper basin are highly impactful on the spotted frog because the frog relies upon connection to the wetland habitats adjacent to the river. And the current and the last 100-year managements essentially of the upper basin has essentially been to store the water in the winter and essentially close down the outlet works to previously it was 20 cubic feet per second. Now it's at a minimum of 100 cubic feet per second. But in either case, none of that provides connectivity from where the river would reach the adjacent wetlands. So the frog is disconnected from its habitat. This frog in particular requires water for all forms of its life history. Some frogs have a terrestrial phase where they're bred in water and then they move to terrestrial habitats. The Oregon spotted frog is not. It requires water for all phases. So when it typically would be in its overwintering habitat going into beaver channels or down into like burrowing sort of into areas of the river or adjacent wetlands, those areas have been dewatered. So So we knew we had an issue, and so we've been working with the district since then to design a future flow regime that would step up in time and allow for the winter flows in the river to come up and the summer flows to come down to essentially rebalance the flows out of the upper basin to align more closely with the life history needs of the species while also continuing to deliver the irrigation water. One element of the plan I do want to point out, because I expect it'll be a topic of discussion, the plan is agnostic to what form of conservation the districts employ to deliver the water for the species. So the plan has to address the impact to the species. Our focus is the ESA listed species. So they've designed a plan that addresses those impacts. That is how we will make our permit decision, whether it addresses their impact to those species. Essentially, the plan we will quantify essentially what the effect is of their activity, and they have to offset that. That is the evaluation criteria essentially for how the plan gets evaluated.
On that topic, so I thought this was primarily about the spotted frog, but then I guess in the summary we have, it said that there's about 5 or 6 other fish and this and that. So what is there
Yeah.
a priority of, well, it has this much effect on this and this much of this, and how does that work, and is that accurate?
Yeah, there are 5 covered species that are part of the plan: the Oregon spotted frog, and then 4 fish species: the bull trout, steelhead trout, Chinook salmon, and sockeye salmon. Oregon spotted frog are the only species in the upper basin from the reservoirs to essentially the Whitewater Park in the city of Bend, and the covered fish species are essentially in the middle and lower Deschutes, including the tributaries of Waichus and Crooked River as well. So this system, as we describe it, is what we call the ultimate pop-down, push-up system. When you try to balance something in one area, you can have an effect somewhere else. The irrigation districts, at least North Unit in particular, has water rights in both the Deschutes as well as the Crooked River Basin, so how they manage their water can impact both the frog and the fish species, so it's been quite complex to design a plan that addresses the needs of the species without having these unintended consequences. But yes, the current plan requires flows to be released over time in all the basins. There's different flow targets all around. The one folks talk about a majority of the time are the flows out of Wickiup Reservoir in the winter, and those are specifically designed to address the needs of the Oregon spotted frog. However, they will have beneficial effects downstream as well to the other covered species.
So are the 4 fish species, are those on the endangered species list as threatened, or, because I didn't think I don't know, but.
So bull trout are a threatened species. Steelhead trout have a unique classification. This is going to get wonky, so forgive me for those watching on video. Yeah.
In the 800 pages.
It's in the, yes, 871. Well, and let me skip for a moment. So sockeye salmon and Chinook salmon are not listed, and they are included in the plan so that if they become listed over the duration of the 30-year plan, they already are included. And that's a very common approach that many applicants will deploy is, oh, if this species is going to be listed, I might as well address it now so that it's included. So
Is that optional then?
It's optional.
By the applicant?
Yes.
It's not something that.
they've chosen to do that as, yeah. So there's the 2 unlisted species, and then there's bull trout, which is listed. Steelhead trout are in a unique classification above the Pelton complex in that they are what we call under the Endangered Species Act a 10J reintroduced species, and that's just a section of the Endangered Species Act that we use when we are going to reintroduce a species in a particular area. And typically what comes with that is the full enforcement of the Endangered Species Act is not employed, meaning like for instance, you might have read in other parts of the Pacific Northwest there is a potential grizzly bear reintroduction being employed. Also, we did a bull trout reintroduction over in the Clackamas. And when we do that, we use this 10J section of the Endangered Species Act to to essentially remove the regulatory side of the Endangered Species Act so that we can partner with communities to want the species in their geography without bringing some of the regulatory burden that some might perceive. However, I told you it's going to get wonky. The steelhead trout 10J expires in 2025, and at that point it will have the full protection of the Endangered Species Act, and it will be fully listed. So that was a time-limited use of that tool to allow some, I wasn't here, some folks have informed me that that was specifically designed with our colleagues at the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs and many others to give the districts time to design a conservation plan so that it wouldn't be putting a species that immediately had endangered species protection into their waterways.
Thanks.
Yep. So just one last piece on the plan. I mentioned the plan does not require the districts to use any particular tool to achieve the flows that they are committing to. It is an outcome-based plan that sets targets for them to deliver water at different times in different places across the basin. They can use any tool they have at their discretion, whether that is piping the canals to return the conserved water to the Deschutes to divert less. They can use the market-based tools that the Basin Study identified as far as water leasing and trading, and I'm sure Todd can talk more about all of those. Oh, I will. And then that's why I'm bringing it up. As well as everything all the way to fallowing. So the districts have that choice as to whatever tool they want to use. So, and at present, we have, that plan is out for public comment. We, the federal agency, because we're about to make a permit decision on that, underwent the National Environmental Policy Act review. We developed an environmental impact statement, again, a little more jargon, but essentially we have to disclose to the public that we are about to make a permit decision, and we provide the public with options of how the goals and objectives can be met with a variety of alternatives that, in addition to the 871-page plan, is also out for public comment, and that shows folks different ways of achieving the same targets. And I'm happy to answer questions on the EIS as well if you have any. And then it's a separate document that we, the Fish and Wildlife, wrote analyzing what a no-action alternative if nothing changed, the district's plan, and then 2 other plans. And then just before I hand it off, I would just say I thank the county. You requested to be a cooperating agency under the development of that environmental impact statement. Peter and his team have been extraordinarily helpful in that role. Your colleagues at Crook County and Jefferson County also participated in that process, and we thank you for your engagement.
Thank you. Any questions of Bridget before we move on?
Thank you so much.
Peter, did you have any questions of Bridget before we move on?
He knows how to get me.
Todd? Take it.
So yes, again, I'm Todd Heisler. I'm the Rivers Program Director at the Central Oregon Land Watch, but perhaps more importantly, I spent the last 15 years as the Executive Director of the Deschutes River Conservancy, which, as you know, is a multi-stakeholder, collaborative organization. And in fact, this current job I hold is the first advocacy job I've ever had, and probably the last. And the reason I'm doing it is because I found that the Basin Study Work Group and the collaborative work up to this point was limited, and that we were at a pivotal time for the river, and there were some very important decisions that are being made right now. Unfortunately, they have to be made because of a spotted frog and a couple of fish. So let me back up for a second and say that, you know, it's really not about the frog and the fish. It is, and that's why we're having this conversation. So that's wonderful. But this goes back, you wanted some history, this goes back to the turn of the 20th century when we overallocated all the water in the state of Oregon. And we gave out more water rights than the rivers have in the summer. And then usually what we did with that, we gave out all the summer water, and then we gave out the winter water by building reservoirs, which made a lot of sense when we were reclaiming the desert and settling the area, and all of that made sense in the late 19th and early 20th century. But in the 21st century, it really doesn't make any sense. And there are a lot of new needs, whether it's growing cities that need water, whether it's fish and wildlife that need water, whether it's junior water right holders, those who are in agricultural productivity we just talked about Jefferson County, that needs water in a way in which they can't get it in the 21st century. So we have, yes, go ahead.
The question about, so the 20 CFS in the winter, was that kind of the standard for 80 years, or did it vary?
So it did vary because the upper basin produces a lot more water than the reservoir can hold.
Okay.
So there was, to some extent, there was a forecasting, although it was really, really conservative, because if it's your water and you want to make sure you get it, you're going to be conservative on storing it first.
It was kind of maximum capacity of storage, and then the flows varied.
Well, yeah, but then they would end up dumping water, right? So what we were trying to argue early on is, can we even that out?
Yep.
It's a whole nother conversation of how you ensure the junior water right holder and risk and stored water. Topic for another day. But so at the DRC, we did 3 basin scale studies in the last 20 years, 3 of them. Because my job then was to come up with a win-win proposition. We know that we've over-allocated the rivers. We know that the agricultural sector now has most of the water. We know that that's not monolithic. We have everything from small lots to big farms. So the question really on the table is, how do you redistribute the water in a fair and equitable way without penalizing the farming community? I mean, that's really basically the issue on the table for the last 20 years. Forget the spotted frog for the moment, before that even existed, because we have a completely unsustainable way of managing the water. What you may gather from what Bridget said is that we can just focus on the upper Deschutes for a moment, is a tragedy it's actually happening and continuing. It's a wild and scenic river that's completely unraveling. It's disconnected from its floodplain. Its side channels are being cut off. It's extirpated its bull trout. You know, the native trout is on the verge. It's got some, well, Mike can talk to you about what fish are there. But it's really, you know, it's kind of an ecological disaster. And it's not really seen by our public because of how the thing's been managed. If you take a river from its natural flow of probably 800 to 1,000 CFS and take it to 20, or then what we've done even worse. We've taken stored water and we put it on top of natural flow, and we've created like 20 to 30-year flood cycles every year. We put 1,800 CFS down a channel that wasn't designed for that, with volcanic soils that are highly erosive. We've overfit the channel. We've eroded it 20% in the last 70 years. It's completely unsustainable. And so the Oregon spotted frog is just, it's the harbinger of things to come too. Like, so if it's the frog today, it'll be something else tomorrow. We need to fix the system. It's a systematic, fundamental problem with the way we're managing water. So my job for 15 years was say, how do we do this in a manner that redistributes the water resource in a fair and equitable way that's actually voluntary and not regulatory? So every one of those studies basically came to the similar conclusion that the guys that are most vulnerable are the Jefferson County farmers. Particularly, we're going to talk the upper Deschutes now. But there's a bunch of other stories, and we probably won't have time to get into those, but let's focus on this one now, because it's the major Deschutes County story. So really the only way that you can fix the river that they're so dependent on is to find an alternative source of water for them. Where is that going to come from when you've already given all the water away? Well, so you got to do it somehow. So what we know is that the opportunity for that is in the huge land use change and economic need for the water in Deschutes County. So I'm not going to say that people in Deschutes County shouldn't have their water. They should, but the motivation, the economic need, and the land uses in Deschutes County have changed enormously. So what do I mean by that? So let's just talk, what we know is the problem can be solved through redistribution between the 2 big districts, Central Oregon Irrigation District and North Unit. Those 2 are 80% of the irrigation. Those 2 can solve this problem. So let's look at COID for a moment. So 50% of COID's patrons have parcels of 3 acres or less. That's by patron. By acreage, 80% of the acreage in Central Oregon Irrigation District is in 10 acres or less. Again, I don't begrudge them. They're smaller properties. That's great. It's a rural lifestyle. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that we didn't change how we use water when we did that. So they have a really generous water supply, very generous, 5.5 acre feet per acre. And we know we have these huge leaky transmission systems. So to give you an idea of, so the problem with that land use change, there's no economic incentive now to use water as an input to an economic activity. You get all the water you need because you're a senior water right holder. You have a massive duty, a massive volume that you're allowed to get. So what does that perpetuate? It perpetuates a huge waste of water. To give you an idea, Central Oregon Irrigation District diverts 300,000 acre feet of water from the river every year. So that's 1.5 WICYEPs. North Unit diverts 190,000 acre feet. 110,000, that's half of WICYEP, less than COID, and they put it on 15,000 fewer acres in COID. So where is that waste? That's a huge difference. That's a massive difference. And the farmers could use that water like nobody's business and put it, they would have, their water security is important to the ag in Central Oregon. It's not to say that there aren't some farmers in Deschutes County too. Yes, go ahead, ask a question.
When you say the COID water is 300,000 acre feet, is that how much leaves the river on its way to the land, or is that how much is actually used on the land?
It's how much is diverted.
Diverted, yeah.
So
So because then that's that issue of how much is lost. And, okay, that was my question, my main question.
So Mike, I just want to clarify, you said 50% of the COID water right holders have 3 acres or less?
Right.
Okay, all right, that's, I just,
Because you have a whole, they have almost 4,000 accounts.
they do have,
Like
that was my other question.
3,800, and a lot of them are in smaller urban, suburban contexts, right? So those add up, pretty fast. So, so what do you do? So the waste then comes from both the transmission system. Everybody knows that these canals are leaky and need to get fixed, right? As well, and it's those that are owned by the district. It's the transmission systems that are owned by the patrons. We call them private laterals. And then it's the manner in which the water is used on farm. And it's this carry water issue and the big, huge tailwater spills at the end of their system. Mm-hmm. So, if we had $1 billion lying around and we could just go ahead and pipe it all in 10 years, I probably wouldn't be here before you today because, frankly, that might be an easy path to getting it done because the transmission losses are so big. And if Ken Reek were here, I would say, Tumalo's on a good path. They're a smaller district. They're like 8,000 acres instead of 45,000 acres. COID is, 6-7 times the size. The scale of the problem in COID is so enormous. I've told Craig Harrell, it's great you have a system improvement plan. That's wonderful. You should implement it, and it might take you the next 100 years, and that's okay. But that's not the answer now because you've waited this long. Now we've got some more critical problems. And lo and behold, again, back to the studies, all of the studies have put in front of us a way to redistribute this water through markets. So I find it ironic that, from the environmental side, I'm the guy who's arguing for free markets and voluntary movement of water through redistribution instead of federal bailouts. It is kind of ironic. But now,
Well, we appreciate the irony.
I'm not opposed to getting federal money to pipe the canals. So, and I'm not against canal piping. I think personally in my job, I've been responsible for financing and implementing more piping projects than anybody in the state of Oregon. So nobody can say I'm anti-piping. I'm absolutely pro-piping, and we need to pipe those canals. But the most cost-effective way to get this done, and one of the downsides of piping the canals, it leaves the patrons have no responsibility. So there's no culture of conservation in a district the size of COID because they're more concerned about having all their acreage covered and their beneficial use covered than they are actually conserving water. And all you got to do is look at the letters that they send to their patrons. There's zero culture of conservation there. Their culture of conservation is in a system improvement plan that says we're going to save water through piping large canals at $750 to $800 million over the next 80 years. Again, that's a good plan. It's just not enough, and it's not soon enough. And here's how it plays into the HCP. So back to the story. So Bridget's right that the plan does not actually say you've got to pipe these canals and you've got to do this. But what it does do is it gives the districts and their attorneys, there's something called the practicability standard. They can't be made to do something that basically is so harmful or infeasible that just wouldn't make any sense, right? So the districts have offered in their practicability assessment that if it costs us, I think the numbers were $450 to $500 million to pipe our canals, and that's the water that ultimately needs to find its way over to North Unit to replace the water that we need out of Wickiup for the frogs, that is simply not practicable for that to happen. So piping those canals is generates water at $5,000 to $6,000 an acre foot. Of the three studies, the most current one, which just finished really this year, showed the opportunity for water to be generated with a whole array of market tools at $400 an acre foot. So why is it that when the conventional logic is that these two districts have to play and we should move market forces and infrastructure together in an integrated strategy that actually solves the problem in the right time frame at the right cost, why is that virtually absent from this plan? Now, what they would say is this plan is about species, Todd, and it's about endangered species, which is right. But had those districts over the last 20 years, as the collaborative organizations like the DRC went to them and asked them to put a basin plan together, if you've sat in those rooms, and the Deschutes Water Alliance before them, we have asked the districts to put together a voluntary basin plan to solve the problem at scale for the better part of 2 decades, which they have basically really refused to do. So now we're forced to consider the prospect of a habitat conservation plan, which is narrowly focused on species, is going to set flow targets in the river for the next 30 years. Well, how many of you think that the district boards, after they get done with this, are going to sit down at the table and do some big basin strategy? They're not. I mean, they've been at this for 11 years already. So this is the game. This is the future of our river for the next generation. Frankly, it's the future of water management and how water is managed in these districts. So that's why I'm doing this, and I think it's really, really important that you understand that the HCP doesn't, it ignores the studies. It doesn't really have any conservation measures in it. It does set some targets. The only targets that are meaningful are probably getting 10 and 20 years down the road on the upper Deschutes, and even those frog scientists, and I would imagine Bridget's would say, don't really do much for the frogs on the upper Deschutes River.
So let me put in see if I get this. I'm not sure I get this, but so what you're saying is the plan, if there's something wrong with it, it has to do with the fact that it's focused on getting more water in the river, getting the CFS up so that the frogs can get from the dry, or there's no dry ground through the years, so the frog survives, but they're not taking the rest of the system and saying you need to change your agricultural practices so you don't have just open water, you try to distribute it well, you have closed, laterals, private laterals. There's nothing in there for that. It's just how do you get to this thing over here?
So I wasn't
you're
clear.
kind of saying?
So the flows that they're setting are woefully inadequate. They are.
And what are the flows?
Woefully inadequate for both the fish and the frog.
And what are the
Going from 1, 2, 3 to 4, or 2 to 4. I mean, those are the kind of the.
And then if you look at what's going on in the other waterways for the fish, there's so little change over our historic flows. And so because they've used this argument that we can't really do very much because we have to spend this $500 million is the answer. And so therefore you need to give us 2 more decades to do what we should have already done and we should be able to do in the next decade. if we only had the right strategy and the right plan, and we generated the cost-effective solutions quicker. And in fact, in some of the basin work group meetings, some of them actually at some point said, oh yeah, we can use the markets in the near term while we're putting our infrastructure in place. Exactly right. So where's the the real smart strategy that puts those pieces together to really solve it at scale? So they don't really, the measures are woefully inadequate. They're way too low for the next 30, 40, 50 years. It sells the river way short. And more importantly, maybe as important, it sells the farmers in North Unit really short. Because instead of having a collaborative, we all talk about collaboration, this is not a collaborative plan. This is actually an explicitly singular siloed plan. We are completely independent of one another. It said, the document calls that out. We stand on our own, our conservation measures stand on our own. It sort of, in the practicability chapters, talks about how some of this replacement water needs to move. But in fact, the plan silos all the districts into their separate pieces, which by definition, we've known for 20 years, will put North Unit at risk. Why would we put a plan on the table that actually puts the farmers at risk when we have 3 studies over 20 years that know that you can't solve the problem that way? It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it seems kind of an obvious question, but North Unit signed on to the plan, so they must be happy with it.
Well,
I mean, what?
Well, so that goes to it's a negotiation, right? I mean, so if you sit in their kitchens with them, they'll tell you they're really upset at how water is used in Deschutes County. But you don't chop off your nose to spite your face, and you're part of an irrigation community, and you really feel like this is, your only choice is to try to work it out with your neighbor. And they are talking about sharing water, and they're talking about these big projects, and they will get some water out of those, and there is some benefit. But the way they're going about it is not the smartest, cheapest, fastest way to go, and it's a legal strategy in an endangered species thing, right? So it's really unfortunate that we've had to have this discussion over a regulatory set of actions rather than in all of the other forums where all the other science and studies that went on where we asked to sit down and actually hammer out something that could really work on a voluntary. And had we done that in 2006 when we had a water summit at Canida down with the tribes and the first set of big studies came out, we'd have this problem largely solved by now. So my problem is they're going to use a regulatory action to drive really low, much lower environmental outcomes than we should have and need to have in the river over the next 30 years. And 30 will turn into 50 because of the inertia of how water gets managed. We're still working with 100-year-old practices, right? So once these get locked in, that's going to be it. And they're just way too low, and the opportunities to do more and better loom so large and have been studied so many times.
Did you want to say something, Bridget?
I would, if I may. I don't disagree with Todd's description of the problem. I think he's extraordinarily well informed, and the river is in the upper river is in particular it's highly degraded. Todd mentioned the 20% larger channel. That is all true. The plan, as Todd said, it doesn't focus on farm conservation. However, what I would argue is 2 things. One, the Fish and Wildlife Service are here to solve the endangered species problem. I thoroughly respect the perspective of others of wanting to solve the larger basin issue, but it's a little bit of the wrong tool for the wrong job. I'm hoping, and as Todd and I have discussed many times, the HCP is what I call the first big rock in the jar, and then all the remaining tools will be brought to complement that. So we are basing the plan is to deal with the endangered species needs. Second, the plan is written by the applicants. They write the plan. We either approve it, or deny it or approve it with conditions. We don't write the plan. I would like to personally see the plan actually achieve some of the targets sooner in time, but we don't get to write the plan. The applicants write the plan. And then, with all due respect regarding what the frog needs, I would struggle to find anybody with better scientific understanding of what the frog needs than our scientists and our colleagues at the USGS who we've worked extensively with. And because the river is so much larger, it's physically larger. Even if you took Wickiup Dam out of there today, the water would not reach the wetlands in a way that it did historically because it's just wider. So those flows don't reach it anymore.
Through erosion?
Through erosion, through the high summer flows. Todd mentioned that, the storage of the water in the winter brought the channel down extraordinarily small, and then this extraordinary deluge of water in the summer for delivery was way more than the channel had historically had, other than these flow events. So it scoured the river. The physical nature of the river is now just eroded into a much larger context that even without, like I said, the historical flows wouldn't reach anymore. So we're trying to figure out, how do you make the flows that are possible ecologically relevant? Because you can try to solve a problem at Crane Prairie and then you create one in the upper river, or you're trying to address a breeding site and then you have this summer rearing period. So I would challenge anybody to try to have a better scientific approach other than just, more water everywhere, which we just don't have. So I do respect the perspective of enhanced conservation, on-farm use of all of those tools, but the districts are the applicants. They get to write the plan, and we make a decision whether it's sufficient or not. So I just wanted to put a little context in there, but I don't disagree with the other tools that are available. And the plan is out for public comment right now to provide us this exact form of comment. I know we've had conversations with your former colleagues and others about concerns on the Crooked River and concerns on Whitechoose Creek. And we're hoping that we get substantive scientific input to help refine the plan so that by the time it is ready for final approval, we will have addressed any of the remaining conservation needs that exist.
Well, and I think, Todd, we take your presence here and your involvement with this, we knew you'd taken a position on the plan and have commented, I assume, on it or whatever. So, you're here to explain that position, I guess. That's good. And we're trying to get one of the applicants to do the same so we could hear why they did what they did, so we have a better basis. But good. Any questions for Todd?
No questions. Thanks for joining us.
Questions?
No, I'd actually heard what you were saying about 4 years ago from someone, and yes, you said it a little bit clearer, but exactly the same thing that I'd heard.
Right. All right. Next.
No, actually, I didn't plan on talking fish.
Oh, darn.
Are we want to hear about the bull trout now.
No, actually not. I'll have to leave at 11:20. I'm sorry. I was told it would be here an hour. I'm Mike Tripp. I'm a retired physician who's been involved in a variety of fishery and water issues for 15 years. Been on multiple different boards, and currently on the Deschutes Chapter Trout Unlimited Board, and previously as president, and on the Deschutes River Conservancy Board. But my comments today are really those of an individual representing, in large part, the Trout Unlimited local group. We've had a local group meeting to go over this Habitat Conservation Plan proposal. You've heard some things, and I heard you wanted to understand better some of the disagreement in the community. First, I'll repeat what's been said. About a month ago, we had access to something like 2,000 pages of documents. Habitat Conservation Plan proposal, environmental impact statement, appraisals, and appendices. Those documents were 10 years in preparation by multiple parties and experts and agencies. So to really get into that in a month is a real challenge. It's a work in progress. But I think during that month, once that information was out there, there's been active dialogue amongst diverse environmental-oriented stakeholders in the basin. And these are probably a little different group than Todd's referring to. There have been these studies that Todd referred to going back into the 90s, major studies, one of which led to the management plan for the upper Deschutes as a wild and scenic river in 1996. Subsequent major studies, Deschutes Water Alliance, which was dominated by the cities and cooperatively with DRC. DRC's Deschutes Water Planning Initiative, that led to the basin study, which triggered the irrigation districts doing their system improvement plans. Spotted Frog came on the scene, and that led to, through Senator Merkley, us getting some federal funding to actually initiate some major scale projects to get water back in the river. So in the environmental community, I think the first thing to understand is that it is a very diverse and fragmented group of people, leaders, agencies. Many of these go back to the 90s. They've participated in these studies. So they have developed expectations and understanding of the problem. And because so little progress has been made over those decades, I think it's easy to understand that they're pretty frustrated. They're impatient. They've worked on this for a long time. They've waited for progress. So the HCP draft proposal is now there, and it's really the first step, as Bridget said, out of all this work, which actually goes after creating a specific flow schedule with legally binding limits, and therefore people looked at this with great expectation as the step that would turn us from study after study into actual implementation of work for restoring the river. Spotted frog is one piece. Spotted frog is only one of those 5 species in the upper Deschutes River currently, and as such, the work on the upper Deschutes is frog-centric, which creates a problem for some fish people because they would like more focus on the fish of the upper Deschutes. Now, the upper Deschutes fishery was, in fact, a world-class trout fishery before Wikiup Dam went into operation. Some people said it was the premier trout fishery in the state of Oregon. After Wikiup Dam went into operation, our Fish and Wildlife Department issued some statements in the early 50s saying, look what you're doing to the river with this project. And their voice and opinions went unheeded, and the water management you've heard about continued until modern time, resulting in great devastation of the habitat and also the resource. A few years ago, Fish and Wildlife Department had a grant to do some tagging of native red band trout in the upper Deschutes to try to get a better handle on where we were at, because recreational fishermen and the recreational fishing industry guides knew the fishery was devastated. They could not trap enough red band trout to do a simple tagging study. That's how devastated the red band trout fishery was in that year. So it's pretty understandable that people focused on the fishery are pretty upset about where we're at and want progress. But I'd like to emphasize what both of these said in different ways. The Habitat Conservation Plan is a very focused instrument. It deals with ESA law and species. What I have heard in the environmental community is great frustration that the action and discussion now is not dealing with more issues, a broader scope than the Habitat Conservation Plan and law. And that's inherent in this difference of perspective in how you're framing your thinking and discussion. And there may not be any way around that in the immediate next step, because there is that fundamental difference. So that's one of the reasons you hear differences of opinion out there in the community. The second one, so that's a big one. And what I've learned over the years, thanks to Todd and others, is that all of these studies have pointed us to the need to have a comprehensive water management plan in the Upper Deschutes Basin for current and future water needs for cities, ag, and the river. We've learned there is enough water if we do this right. And there's real momentum to try to move towards that and make that a real entity. So how does this tie back to the HCP? Well, the Trout Unlimited Group is working on its comments to the plan. It would like to see the HCP plan finalized. 10 years is enough. Let's get this done. Let's go on to implementation. But it should be done in the right way. It should be done with proper attention to detail, proper attention to impacts on other projects and efforts and priorities. And as it stands, our group feels it needs some serious modifications, and our comments will be directed to those. So I'd like to just get into those weeds a little bit real quickly. The first issue is the flow schedule, minimum flows, timing, years. There are several aspects of that that we think will need to be modified to be acceptable to the greater community at large. If we don't find some modification there, my prediction is that we'll end up in court over the next step, which is the NEPA after that. And I don't want that to happen. I'm committed to the collaborative model, as is Trout Unlimited, not the litigation pathway. So we hope to avoid that. So there will be modifications needed in the flow schedule and management. Our other issues are the need for a conservation fund for the spotted frog. It's a conspicuous lack in the plan. The plan on the upper Deschutes, now remember there are 9 different ITPs being granted, one of which is for frog management in the upper Deschutes. Well, one on the river. There are others on Crane Prairie. It specifically says their mitigation is altered hydrology, period. Habitat and everything else, they say, is the responsibility of other parties. In the environmental community, that just doesn't sit, because the habitat problems, all of that, the consequences are a consequence of the operation of WCIP for irrigation. So to say our only our mitigation is flow and everything else has to be taken care of by somebody else just isn't going to fly. And so there is a need for a conservation fund to address things like habitat restoration. Further information about the frog. Our frog experts tell us there's much that is not known about the frog. We need work on invasive species threats to the frog. That includes vegetation, it includes bullfrogs, it includes the brown bullhead fish, which might I bring another fish back into this. These species are real threats to the frog, and they like the same habitat that the frog likes. So if we bring flow up, re-water our sloughs and backwaters and wetlands, we may just promote recovery or prosperity of these invasive species more than the frog. So we need a plan that does more than just alter hydrology if we're going to service the needs of the frog. And so that has to come in. And Fish and Wildlife has done a good job in Appendix 2C of outlining their arguments for such a conservation fund. And that, I think, has to be in the plan, or I don't think an ITP should be issued. Another major concern we have is regarding the reclamation modeling. It's an interesting process to try to dissect modeling, but in a nutshell, I believe how it was modeled creates a falsely exaggerated shortage of supply for North Unit that plays into their economic practicability argument. It doesn't work. Their model has some serious flaws in it, and I'm already working with another party to try to work that database to demonstrate that graphically, not just by logical argument.
What you're saying here is their modeling is if this, then this.
Right.
And you're saying the if this part or the.
They use some assumptions with modeling, which you always have to do, which creates projections for deficits of supply, which are a function of the model and pretty frankly detached from reality. That modeling also is used extensively in evaluating water quality impacts of the measures. And water quality is a big part of the story here, not just in-stream flows. And the modeling impacts those parts of the studies. So the modeling will have to be reworked for our satisfaction, or we'll have a real problem accepting the plan. So modeling, the flows, conservation fund, adaptive management. Adaptive management, in our opinion, has to be much stronger. It has to introduce flexibility. As Todd said, the plan could be interpreted as creating silos, rigid. This is it for 30 years, and we think that there are several steps that need to be introduced for more flexibility and adaptive management for this to be acceptable. And again, I would put that almost in the deal breaker category. ODF&W, in their scoping comments in 2017, submitted 18 pages of comments. One of those comments addressed the term of the ITP. They suggested that if the plan is rigid, without acceptable adaptive management, it should be limited to 5 to 10 years. They suggested if the plan is to be 15 to 25 years, sufficient adaptive management provisions were needed. And I would contend that we don't yet have those in this proposal. Now, this is a proposal by the irrigation districts and the city of Prineville. our group is saying, well, we have these problems with the plan, real serious concerns. How can we put together comments that will help the irrigators modify their proposal in a way that we think will create a plan sufficient to meet the need of the river and the frogs, ag, and cities without creating obstacles to these other things that are needed for water management in the basin, which is part of this comprehensive management plan. The HCP is limited in its scope and applicability, but we need to be sure it doesn't actually create obstacles to these other measures and work that needs to be done, because it is limited in scope. So, thank you.
I have a question. Historically, when you were talking about the red band trout and that you couldn't tag it enough, what year was that in?
Oh, gee, it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay, it was 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any comments?
I do, and it's great to be here with Mike. I thoroughly respect Mike, and my team and I have met with he and his colleagues, and we await their formal written comments, and I know they'll be substantive and helpful to the discussion. So just to add a little more context to some of the elements he mentioned, the Conservation Fund in particular. So as I mentioned, under in our environmental impact statement, there are 4 alternatives: a no action, the draft HCP, and then 2 other alternatives. We, the service, developed the other 2 alternatives. In those are the Conservation Fund, which we also believe is essential. The districts and we have had extensive conversation about that. I anticipate that coming into the final plan, although I think the districts wanted to hear the comments from the community before committing to that. We agree that it's more than just flows that are needed. However, the districts don't have operational control of the habitat that's on Forest Service property or other private land. And so when we were discussing opportunities for them to develop conservation measures, frankly, we didn't really want to encourage the districts with their backhoes and whatnot getting into a wild and scenic river, and we rather have them pay into a fund that we and the other experts would spend to do the necessary habitat modifications in accordance when the flows are coming up. I agree. I think it's an essential part of what needs to be included in a plan that gets approved, and I would anticipate that we will see that. So I'm happy to hear Mike talk about that. The modeling in particular, always challenging. I would have to say, steep learning curve for myself of, I think when I first started reading hydrologic model outputs, up they would flash on the screen and everybody would be like, oh, and I'm like, what do you see? So I can appreciate the complexity. We have, since we've produced the draft, recognizes some areas where maybe we would modify between draft and final. We do have to, because it's a model, as you mentioned, you have to have if this, then that. No model is going to be perfect. We manage this river here in a much more dynamic way that a model can't bring in. You can't bring in day-to-day decision-making into a model like we had to make some rigid inputs for the model. However, Mike and his colleagues pointed out specifically where they thought those shortcomings or places that could be modified were. And frankly, the modeler is already working on trying to refine those assumptions in a way that might be more realistic. So I think we're going to address some of those elements. And I really, for us, we really want the public comment. It will really enhance our opportunity to finish the negotiation with the districts and get to a product that the community can support and the districts can implement. So I'm happy to hear Mike sharing those perspectives, because I think that gives you an idea about what else is in the other alternatives that might become part of the final plan.
One of the things, I have a couple questions. One of the things that was discussed at the basin study work group, the idea came up, was the issue of an additional reservoir, closer to Madras, and now apparently all these reservoirs are just cost prohibitive, but the whole state of Oregon's full of reservoirs that were built, and we were a less wealthy society then than we are now, and so I'm wondering, is that true that a reservoir would help because you'd be able to store the water down there as opposed to all the way up the river, so you wouldn't have all these impacts? And then 2, what's the cost of that kind of a reservoir?
Well, I'll start with the first, and maybe Todd knows more on the cost side. But yes, in the basin study, there was an analysis of some other locations to store water, essentially downstream, so that you're not cutting off the river in the winter. You would allow the natural flow in the river, and then you'd store the water closer to its usage instead of so far and have the ecological impacts. We would love that. Typically, conservation, like for our mission of conserving species and habitats, may not have always aligned with the desire to build reservoirs. Something like this is much more in line with what we would support. I know there were a number of limitations, like I think a couple of easy ones, like a BPA transmission line and the Oregon Trail and some other simple, I'm being humorous, simple things to get passed. And I know there was a cost estimate, but I don't know that offhand.
Yeah, they looked at two reservoirs down in Jefferson County. One was this thing called Monner Reservoir, which had been looked at since the 30s, and once they took a closer look at it, it would have been out east of Madras, sort of over where the new jail is, and they determined that it actually wasn't very practical location in terms of how much of the district it could actually serve for its cost. So that one kind of got scratched. Then they looked at Haystack Reservoir, which they have, as expanding that, and that actually started to look decent in terms of the cost benefit. Unfortunately, there was an old Centennial farm, historic farm, that they would have had to inundate, which created quite a public relations problem for them for Bureau of Reclamation. But the dollar costs were in the hundreds of millions. I remember like 250 million. But what I remember Bureau of Rec also saying, which Bridget is suggesting, is there's many other costs. There's all kinds of barriers to actually building reservoirs. And the fact that Bureau of Reclamation was not actually excited about any of the options is an indication that and then next to the other alternatives of either of piping canals and doing market incentive work, which seemed to be the better way to go. That kind of got de-emphasized because of that. But
250 million, I mean, you're talking about twice that to do all this piping. You're talking about $500 million.
yeah,
I just have
yeah.
thought.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I still think there's going to be an infrastructure package coming out of the federal government sometime, because everybody really, it's in all of their interests to do it, and they don't mind going into debt anymore. So, but anyway, so I just thought that's a possibility that.
I'm going to have to leave in a minute, but I was involved with that subcommittee. I went to all those meetings in the field, site visits and stuff. And yes, at a high level, it's an attractive option in terms of getting water to Madras during the winter instead of the summer. Serious impediments that were found and exist. The basin study only touched on it as a very preliminary level, and Reclamation told me that it still had viability. It would have to be initiated in a separate pathway after the basin study, and that we should anticipate 10 years of studies and regulatory measures before any realistic implementation could be pursued. And its cost was equal to the highest cost piping projects in terms of amount of water. So it was kind of put onto the perhaps in the future category, not discarded, just demoted in terms of pieces that could solve our water problem.
And maybe just to add to that, I don't think it was ever conceived that the piping and other work wouldn't occur, because right now 40 to 60% of the water is lost from when it's diverted to when it's delivered on farm. And even, folks that are, the most agricultural centric folks would say that that's unacceptable in a time where with climate change and greater temperatures and perhaps different type of water availability in the future, of more rain and less snow, and that is not a sustainable use of our gold, as you would say, of allowing, that much loss. So I think Mike's right. It's not dead, but it's not the front burner issue.
If it does achieve a new life, it'll have to be reinitiated through a separate pathway, which Mike Ralph told me does exist within Reclamation, but as of now, I don't think anybody has initiated that effort.
It'll be 30 years in the making. By the time you study it.
What does the decision-making process look like from, kind of the Fish and Wildlife Service point of view, as in you're a staff person, but is there a group that's looking at this, or is it a you know, yeah, what does that look like? I
Sure.
guess, you know?
So, right, I'm the field supervisor here. Obviously, I have a long chain of command above me. This decision will be made by our regional director. And so, obviously, with the recommendation of the technical input from my team, I have a team of biologists here that we work together to evaluate the effects. The decision is, the criteria are essentially laid out fairly explicitly in the Endangered Species Act. Thanks, Mike. The one you hear most frequently is the applicants have to minimize and mitigate to the maximum extent practicable. So it kind of is just what it sounds like. So we evaluate what we think their impacts are, we evaluate what their proposal is, and does that offset properly or not? And then we go through a fairly rigorous documentation of why we make that decision. We have to finish up the environmental impact statement, develop a final impact statement. The draft HCP gets converted to a final HCP, and then we publish all of that again for the public to see. And then if that's all approved, if it meets those standards, and you can imagine I have considerable attorneys that are looking at every word and how we say it and whether it's consistent with our rules and regulations under the Endangered Species Act, as well as our history of practice of how we've done that and the court findings of other HCPs and how they've been approved. So we have a very rigorous process ahead of us to evaluate the final plan once that's agreed upon and whether that meets the standard, and then we share that with the public.
So is it a decision of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, or is it the United States of America? Or, you know, I'm just kind of thinking,
Sure.
who pops out that decision? You said the director, but.
Right. We, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and again, I mentioned our colleagues at National Marine Fisheries, so they've got the sockeye, chinook, and steelhead. Those are their species. So there's actually two separate permits being issued. Yeah, so
That's two permits.
two permits,
decisions.
two separate federal decisions by two separate agencies under two different departments. We, the Fish and Wildlife, so the decision will be made by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Kind of an agency decision.
Correct.
I guess that's
It
the
is.
terminology I was.
Yes, it's an agency decision, which is also, we would say, a capital D decision, which is a final agency action, which can be challenged once it is made.
Just the terminology. So agency
Yep.
decision.
It's an
That's kind of
agency
what I was
decision,
fishing for.
yes.
I didn't know
Yeah,
what I was-
sorry, I'll give you a
Oh,
little.
I didn't know, but now I do.
Yes, yes.
Peter, do you have anything you want to add, or? Okay. Commissioner Dare, any questions, thoughts?
No, I'm just so thankful that you came this morning, and it has been very enlightening, and then reaffirmed some of the things that I heard about the situation, and I am disappointed that Ken did not make it, but you definitely picked up the issue that I felt like our board was concerned with, was the serious agriculture that does exist in Jefferson County. You know, reading our Capital Press, it's the fact that I see farmers around me using water much more conservatively, as far as, you know, bringing in Israeli systems that really have such impact. I mean, it hasn't been used on a huge scale, but, you know, but they're really looking at it. So I feel like we do have hope that our neighbors that are agriculturally affected by their positioning, it needs to be readjusted.
If I could just channel the irrigation districts for a moment, whether it's Ken or Mike Britton or any of the different district managers, if they were sitting here, I would anticipate, and correct me, that they would say they'd rather not have to do this, but they recognize that this is their path to a legal permit that they need, and that they also want to see the river restored, but they also are focused on delivering water to their patrons. And I think we both heard them say that.
Right.
Yeah.
You did say that.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other comments?
So, yeah, we'll discuss input to the proposal. That's what we're preparing for, so thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Yep, thank
Tom,
you.
did you have any questions or thoughts?
I think the 18th, is that right, Peter, is the deadline?
Actually, we extended the deadline out to December 3rd. We had requests to extend the comment period longer, so we went through the process and did that. So December 3rd.
Well, we appreciate that. So I think we've got to go to another meeting, so we're going to leave here. So thank you for coming today. If you have further thoughts, you can share them with us independently or whatever. So
Thanks
thank
for
you.
asking.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
You bet,
Yes.
thank
Yeah,
you.
Thanks for your interest.
With regard to this afternoon's agenda, Cameron, I see Nunzi here. We're going to try to have a further discussion about the Thornburg proposal and what our next, like we did yesterday, as we indicated. We've got a hearing set at 2:30. And we've got people from departments coming at 2. I would anticipate that discussion would be at least 4 o'clock. Don't you think that our hearing would
3:30
be?
or 4. If
3:30
I
or
don't know
4.
how
So if you want to plan your time, so you're not having to sit here. If you want to come and join us for the rest of the topics today, you can, but that's, and if we get done sooner, maybe we'll take a recess and start at 3:30, but I think it's more likely it'll be after 3:30, but,
just in case.
so just in case you want to know that, yeah, thanks. And I think that's it. So we'll recess now until 2 o'clock. Yep. Do you have another
Other
item?
items, I was thinking if we want to take 5 minutes for other items, then.
Sure. I guess we won't recess quite yet.
Sorry, yeah.
We'll have one other item, I guess.
So, yeah, Terrebonne upcoming public open house is going to be tomorrow night in Terrebonne Community School Gym. So that was an email sent to us all. I won't be able to attend. I'm going to be driving to Salem, going to be involved with the Association of Oregon Counties interview process on Friday. So
Right.
kind of the fact that I won't be there and that I will be involved with that recruitment interview process.
Okay.
Just acknowledging.
Commissioner Dare and I discussed it briefly. I was gonna try to go, but we've got our, some company coming tomorrow. Are you able to go tomorrow night if,
Of course I am. After I read the 870.
Yeah, there you
pages
go.
Or before.
no, we can put off the 871 pages till next week,
Okay.
if you'd like. But,
Okay.
So just,
Yes, I can
because
go.
I would go, but I'm just going to be.
No.
Yeah, I would like to go, but I think it'd be good to have,
Yes.
somebody else go too. I don't know, it looked like they're gonna propose a couple different options, and they're taking a little different course than they had been, so
I would be happy to attend.
if you're able to, that'd be great.
Good.
Good. I had another item, I don't know how I was gonna, so we've got a couple more minutes.
Is that at,
Just shoot.
oh wait, that's at 6 o'clock, right? The Terrebonne?
Yeah, you can have that.
Oh, thank you very much, because I have COAC from 3 to 5.
You'll be up there anyway.
You'll be in the transportation mode.
Now, first I go to Redmond, then I
Start
go to
early. Just don't
Tetherow.
start too early tomorrow morning then, because it'll be a long evening.
Well, I've got
I
a
start at
Deschutes
7.
Collaborative event tomorrow that's a panel on the mule deer. It's gonna be kind of interesting. It's gonna be their annual holiday, Christmas get-together, I guess, but it's also a discussion about the mule deer, and it's gonna be interesting to see what they say about the decline in population and why. And I hope they talk about that anyway, but one of the things I went to the Forest Collaborative meeting yesterday, and I wanted to share that I think, so they decided, I guess they're gonna go on now and study the lodgepole pine is the, kind of the focus, and, which I'm not quite sure, I mean, it seems kind of off, I mean, it's kind of a new area to go in research and things. But I don't know, that was
So,
my meeting
First
yesterday.
thoughts, lodgepole has a lot shorter life cycle, like,
Yeah,
50 to 100 years, and they just fall over, opposed to a ponderosa, which can be 300 to 400 to 600 years. So from what we heard at our tour, you go to the elevation, you can see the changes, down the slope from the Cascades. But my point, I wonder how much study it really needs to have.
well,
And
that's
then-
kind of how I felt, but I
Yeah.
felt like I'm not in that industry, but there was a lot of, the group wanted to do it, and I kind of was like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem very important to me. They seem like pretty easy trees to understand, and
Yep,
like you
and
said,
then
they're easy to grow, they're easy
The
to
small diameter,
die.
they grow very thick, which is not a
Yeah,
healthy state.
yeah.
So then, even if you were going to save them as a species, you probably still want to get out to 15-foot spacing.
Yeah.
And you see it on the side of the road going to Klamath. They would
Yeah,
open
oh,
up. They
yeah.
save all those small and medium-sized ones. A couple of them, they'll just bend over. Or they'll the roots of fallout.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
I-
wonder if there's much
Well,
study
I've
to
seen it
do.
on houses I built in Caldera where they're standing there
Yep.
dead at this size, you know, just tipped over or whatever. And I just, it's kind of a new emphasis I just want to pass on, and maybe we can talk about it further later. But anyway, it's kind of, not sure how to engage in that and how it affects what we're doing, but anyway. All right, well, we'll now recess, so we can turn it off. Do you want to we could get the county rig?
Megan has the keys for you as soon as you walk.
Oh, good. Good, thank you.
This out.
It'll be in Reconvene the November 13th Board of Commissioners meeting. We've had a busy day. This morning we met, then we went to lunch for the Kiwanis in Redmond. Now we're back for the afternoon. So our first item for business this afternoon is the department performance measure updates. And Whitney, I don't know if you have an order to it, but
Whitney Hale, Administrative Services, and today we have selected departments coming in to present their Q1 performance measure updates for the board. We're going to start with Judge Fadley, who's going to come up and give an update on the board's goal of service delivery. The objective is promoting community participation and engagement with county government, and the goal is 90% resolution of small claim cases before trial.
Right.
Over to you, Judge.
Welcome, Judge Fadley.
Thank you, members of the commission. I'm the County Justice of the Peace. Justice Court handles traffic violations, code violations, and small claims. Small claims are an opportunity for lay people to bring their civil disagreements with the amount at issue, $10,000 or less, and lawyers are not allowed without permission. So it's it really is the people's court. Every small claim matter that actually comes to at issue, and by that I mean we had 869 small claims filings in FY 18-19, and most of those will be a default. No answer will be filed at all, and so the plaintiff will take a judgment by default. We had 141 of the 869 filings that actually were at issue, what that means that an answer was filed timely and there was a denial and perhaps a counterclaim along with that. Just like in circuit court, every small claims matter that is at issue is required to go through mediation, and we have our mediation run by Community Solutions, and I understand you talked with Gary before, and they've been a terrific partner for us. So if the mediation can't solve it, then it goes to hearing, and then I have to, or my pro tem, but mostly I handle those, has to actually have the hearing. The mediation is very important to Justice Court in two respects. One is in FY 18-19, out of the 141 small claims cases that were at issue, 99 were resolved at mediation, leaving 42 for trial. That's a little higher than we have in the past. Normally we've had about 85-90% resolution, but it's been trending that these cases are harder to get resolved. I don't think it's anything to do with Community Solutions. They're doing a terrific job. It's just, I don't know, maybe the general level of discourse in the country, but I don't know. For example, in the first quarter of this fiscal year, we're getting less than half of them resolved. But anyway, so we've got 141 that were at issue that without mediation would have had 141 small claims trials. Instead, we have 42. And if we had 141 small claims trials, Justice Court would run off the tracks, and I would be full-time. I'm 0.6 now, and probably have to have another half-time Justice of the Peace. The other thing that's so important about mediation is it allows the parties who have, these are often neighborhood disputes or people that used to be in a romantic relationship that aren't getting along, to talk to somebody, a neutral third party that doesn't have a dog in the fight, and get to explain their side of things, which I think is more than half of it, really, frankly. And then the mediator can try and get them to have a resolution where they have control, and if they can resolve it on their own, they have ownership in the outcome. And so maybe, their neighbors are never going to get along, or never going to invite each other over for dinner, but we maybe cool down that situation quite a bit. So those are the two real values of mediation to Justice Court. Unfortunately, we're not meeting 90%. I don't think we'll ever meet 90% again, but if we can hold at 70, we can stay on track.
Great.
Well, and setting a realistic goal is the idea here. It's great to measure, take time and understand what those metrics are. And I want to thank you for doing what you're doing and keeping the system flowing as well as it is. I know over the years it's been interesting watching how just the claims and the flow of activity. And this is an interesting time, and the economy is exciting, so people are making money and maybe risking things or whatever. So it's a dynamic time. So thanks for what you're doing.
Certainly.
I was curious, did the traffic situation in Redmond improve now that the road is open? I know we were having a lot of accidents and tickets and things with, what is it, right by Safeway? Did that?
I don't know, because I don't track where the accidents happen. I know it's still a point of emphasis for them. The number of traffic citations from all the county law enforcement agencies is trending up, and really from Redmond too. They did a community survey where they put a point of, the main thing that the people said that they were interested as far as public safety was traffic control. And so Redmond added a bunch of additional officers. So I don't know if people are driving worse or they're just got more of a presence.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I just want to thank you also. I totally agree with you that a lot of people just want to be heard, get a chance to say their piece, and then they resolve it easier. So I'm a big proponent of mediation, and we're lucky to have it be so successful, I think. So, yeah, so good. Was there anything else that he needed to report on? Well, welcome down here visiting us. We usually come up and see you, so.
Thanks for
We hope we don't have to see you in an official sense. Thanks.
Traffic
Yes.
court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. We're going to switch our order from the staff report a tiny bit because Sergeant Bailey was able to come down and join us. So we're going to move to the last update in your staff report, which is from Admin 911 and the Sheriff's Office. So if Sergeant Bailey and Operations Manager Chris Perry want to join me, this is a goal under the board's goal of safe communities, and the objective is collaborate with partners to prepare for and respond to emergencies and disasters. The measure is tracking our web-registered Deschutes Alerts subscribers, and our goal was to increase that by 10%. To tell the board, I got a little overzealous in the date range that I pulled when I was preparing this, and the number that's in your staff report is incorrect. Chris provided me updated data, and it looks like for Q1, we're at an increase of 9.5%. So that's my fault, and I'll let 911 handle the official data pulling in the future for this measure. But both 911 and the Sheriff's Office have been doing some great work out in the community building awareness of this program. So they're going to talk a little bit about the work they did in Q1 to make folks aware of what Deschutes Alerts is and why it's important.
Thanks, Whitney. Commissioners, Chris Perry with 911. Some of the events that we participated in Q1 this year were Deputy Day Camp in participation with the Sheriff's Office. 911 joined, and though it's a youth-driven event, the parents are there, and that's a good opportunity for us to outreach to members of the community to promote Deschutes Alerts. National Night Out is an annual community building campaign to promote police-community relations, and those events happen in all different communities. You know, the Sheriff's Office participated in that. 911 joined Redmond PD for that event, and that was an outreach driven at Deschutes Alerts. Also, the Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management specifically, as well as 911, have been involved with neighborhood association meetings and done outreaches in this quarter promoting Deschutes Alerts. In addition, during Q1, Sheriff's Office, Emergency Management, along with 911, worked with Sisters Fire District and Crooked River Ranch Fire District to do community-wide Deschutes Alerts messages to promote that the system is there. If you're not signed up, please sign up. Create more awareness, make sure the system worked. Of course it does. So those two events also happened this quarter. I spoke to Emergency Manager Garrity with the Sheriff's Office, and he's also planning to coordinate Redmond, Cloverdale, Bend, Alfalfa, and various communities throughout Central Oregon in the quarters to come for more community outreach events like that.
Good afternoon. William Bailey, Public Information Officer for the Sheriff's Office. In addition to everything Chris has talked about, and I completely agree with all those, one of the best avenues we have to communicate the benefit of signing up for emergency alerts is actual incidents that are going on in the community, and it's a great time to remind. So anytime we have whether it be evacuation in the summer, whether it be active manhunt in a community where we're pushing out those alerts, we just remind people at the end of our press releases and on social media about how they can also get those emergency alerts should they have an active incident in their neighborhood. And then also just out at the scene, if I go out to the scene, I'll be talking with neighbors and I'll ask them, did you get the emergency alert we put out for this? And if they say no, we work with them one-on-one to get them with either Ashley Voles or Nathan Garrity or Chris over at 911 to get them signed up so that they can receive those in the future.
And so for folks that may be watching the meeting or in attendance, if you're not signed up, both the Sheriff's Office webpage and Deschutes.org/911 has a link where you can sign up to opt in to those alerts, and it's just a really big value. I know Commissioner Adair has been a champion of this, and this measure actually we put in this year because of your interest in sort of wanting to keep track of where we were with web registration. So we're happy to see that it's increasing, and we'll continue to make sure that that number.
So what is our number now, that are the number of numbers that are attached to our system?
So we had in terms of this data gets a little, and Chris, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're tracking web registrations because that's the data of people that are actively signing up, not people that were pulled in from a previous system. So it looks like our current number of web registered users is 12,229. We have, it looks like 82,000 other users in the system that came over from the legacy system and have come in through other channels. But in Q1, there was...
So we're like at 94,000 together then?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yep. And in Q1...
Yeah, I think we were at 92, so that's good.
Yeah.
Going the right way.
Yep, 1,200 new web registrations, so that's great.
Great.
What's the how many could there be?
Well, the population...
Should be 193,000, but
Yeah.
if every child has a phone.
Well, they do.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting if you think about it in terms of household, but yeah, we definitely want to keep seeing this number grow, and I know 911's doing some work also, I think in coordination with the Sheriff's Office, to also reach folks that may be here vacationing that can also benefit from it, so.
Yeah, absolutely. We've, in partnership with Black Butte, Sun River, Central Oregon Fire Management Services, Project Wildfire, and the Sheriff's Office, we've implemented an addition to our Deschutes alert system. It's called Community Engagement, and it's our anonymous text opt-in system for prescribed burning in the area, or if you're staying in Sun River, you're staying in Black Butte, and you're just passing through for the weekend, but you want to subscribe to emergency alerts, say there's a fire or some other emergency that you need to be notified of. This is a way for tourists in the area to opt into our alert system anonymously without having to go through a long web registration, and then we can reach out to them and notify them, and then when they leave the area, they can just opt out. So they can just jump in and out of our system. So that's been successful, and we'll start adding more partners like bigger cities to that system as well, so we can reach more tourist population.
Wonderful.
Well, it's quite a transition from reverse 911 to a landline and a known location, but it's changing fast, and let's keep it up. It's exciting to know that we have this technology. It's also can go awry too. I mean, the alert that went out in Hawaii years ago. So we just always need to remember that as users too. I'm not even saying that anybody would do anything wrong in the agency, but just as users, you got to be able to understand what's really going on. So we'll get through it together.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll shift into our update from finance next. This falls under the board's goal of service delivery. The objective is ensuring quality service delivery through the use of innovative technology and systems. And Greg Munn is here to talk about the implementation of room tax automation and online customer tax payment portal.
Good afternoon. So Judy Haas would have been here, but she's upstairs, busy with getting ready for this super busy week collecting property taxes, so I'm sitting in for her today.
Line's kind of always flowing right now.
It is, yeah. So she was largely responsible for getting this new software system up and running. And so kudos really to her and her staff. They spent a lot of long hours making sure that this was running. We actually had it implemented and up and useful on July 1, so we were a little bit ahead of schedule. But basically what it did is it took us from a largely manual process to a largely electronic process. And I've got a few little data points here that I thought I would throw out to you. The first one is that we have over 400 accounts, room tax accounts in the county. And those accounts are reported, about half of them are reported monthly and half of them are reported quarterly. So there's a lot of data coming into the county sporadically over time. But what this really did is from a customer's perspective, we were able to, from their seat, is to take a system that was largely form-driven, largely paper-driven in terms of reporting, in terms of writing a check, in terms of mailing that in, and the parts of that sometimes can fail. The forms themselves didn't auto-complete for them, so there was, oftentimes there were errors in the reports that came in that required some follow-up and some of the frustrations that were involved with that. And what this system allowed us to do was to move to an online system, both entering the information online, having it auto-calculate for you, and then having a mechanism to pay electronically, either with a debit card or through an e-check. So it removed a lot of the so-called wasted time that often comes with paper forms and the snail mail and all of that. So from the customer's perspective, there was a time savings, there was a significant improvement in accuracy, and the other benefit is that they were able to access that data, that history of theirs, their payment information, pull that out, send that to their tax accountant once a year. Became very easy in terms of having the data that corresponded to the county with their tax information at year end. From the county's perspective, it reduced our time to process reports, or our time to process reports is about 12% of what it was. So we went from 2 hours a month down to 15 minutes. So it significantly saved us time. We've, as I mentioned from the customer side, since the data is being entered and calculated electronically, there is very little errors to correct and chase back. It also allows us to easily identify those folks who have either forgotten to pay or have paid late. So this used to be a highly manual process. We'd have to search through paper records, identify those who hadn't paid or had paid late, send them a letter in the mail, and it could take, as you can imagine, a month or longer to actually resolve that. And then, of course, the access to the data. So we have it all electronically. It's easy to get to, and it just makes it a much cleaner process.
Great.
Good. Questions?
Yeah, it's a growing world and dynamic. I know state law changes and whatever the systems were for kind of the home rentals systems that are out there too. So there's a lot of automation happening outside of what we're doing even, but it's good to be able to keep up and keep the flow moving, the information.
Was this a software that was specifically designed for this room tax?
It is, and it's a tag on to our existing general ledger, so we were able to combine those two. Integration between room tax collections and the general ledger is seamless.
Neat.
Questions?
Well, I like my room tax reports, so tell Judy thank you. I always like to see what's happening on
the
it.
constants in our
Yes.
email communications to get those monthly reports.
Yeah.
It's very interesting
pass
to
it on.
see
Yes.
how things are going.
Yes, tell her thank you very much, and I'm glad that this is helping with her, streamlining her job. But I do appreciate the reports.
Yeah, Commissioner, if you're interested, we get, Tony and I on the COVA board, we get quarterly room tax reports that shows our room tax against other regions of the state every quarter. So if you're, and we knock socks off, honestly, here too.
More consolidated report for, including the other DMOs, the destination marketing organizations, and the dollars they're seeing too. So there's more information if you want it.
Oh, I need more information. After my
Right,
age.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Perfect. And so we'll have our representatives from Health Services come up next, if you want to join us. This falls under the board's goal of healthy people. The objective is supporting and advancing the health and safety of Deschutes County's residents. And Health is going to provide updates on 2 different measures today. The first, Erin Hoare, our Regional Perinatal Care Coordinator, is going to update you on Measure 1, which is assuring that 80% of pregnant women being served by Health Services receive prenatal care beginning in the first trimester. So I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you. Yes, so a quick overview on our perinatal continuum of care project. The goal of the project is really a safety net for our perinatal population to access services, enroll in programs that they're eligible for early in their pregnancy. Earlier we can help them enroll in programs. We hope to have better birth and health outcomes. So what we have is in Deschutes County, we have 2 full-time perinatal care coordinators. They're embedded at the local public health department. They have office hours in Redmond and in Bend, but serving Lapine as well. This is actually a regional project, but I'm just talking to you about what we're doing here in Deschutes County. And they're also embedded in specific OBGYN offices, taking our services outside our public health doors and serving the patients in their clinics. One of our main focuses is looking at how are we doing helping women who have not engaged in prenatal care, who present to us in their first trimester. How are we doing getting them into prenatal care in their first trimester? And so I'm happy to say we've had a lot of success with that, specifically, here in Deschutes County. We're actually we just finished year 3 of our project, and at the end of year 2, we were at a 91% success rate. And at the end of year 3 specifically, what we're looking at here is the last quarter, which is July, August, September, we were at about a 98% success rate. So how are we doing that? Well, we have had an expansion of staff. We have two full-time staff. Before this project launched, we had just actually me. I was part-time doing the work for the whole county through the Oregon Mother's Care Program. But also what comes to mind is really 3 points, and what's consistent with those is our relationships that we've built. One, with our provider clinics. They have a lot of confidence and respect in the work that we're doing, so when we come to them and say, hey, we're having a really hard time getting people into care, there's a trend, we've had clinics make adjustments, we've had clinics come forward who were just doing family care, and because of the population growth and need, they've added prenatal care services. Our relationships with our community partners, we couldn't do what we're doing and serve as many people that we're serving without the respect of the community, and so we get a lot of referrals from all of our community partners where prenatal clients might present. We are really viewed as the first contact they should have with, so we can get them off on the right foot, enrolled in programs, and hopefully have more success in that way. And lastly, we have a really strong relationship with the Oregon Health Authority OHP Processing Center. Medical insurance is really important when we're getting people into prenatal care. And so because of our strong relationship that we have built with them, they really look to us for direction for actually the whole state of Oregon and what we need and how the system is working to break down barriers so we can get people on the plan quicker. And so without all those relationships, we probably wouldn't have the success that we have and the expansion of our staff doing the work.
According to the regional health assessment, we had, 25% of our pregnant people were smoking and or drinking. So I'm really glad to hear that your work is making a difference.
Thank you.
So we'll move into the update for Measure 2. Jill Johnson, our Communicable Disease Supervisor, is going to provide an update on the measure assuring 80% or more of 2-year-olds served by Health Services Immunization Clinic receive the CDC Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices recommended childhood immunizations. All right.
It's a mouthful. Good afternoon. The County Immunization Clinic is open 2 half-days each week, and we really are a safety net clinic. We see people that have difficulty accessing care other places, and many of them are new to the area and have not established primary care yet. Some of them have made contact with a primary care provider, but the wait is so long until that initial visit that they just come to our clinic. Some of the parents tell us that they have a balance owing at a primary care provider clinic. Some of them don't have insurance, and there are some providers that don't provide all of the needed vaccines, and so we see kids for just 1 or 2 vaccines sometimes. Because we're not a primary care clinic, we do our very best to link up children with primary care because we realize the importance of that well-child visit for the additional assessments and education that parents receive at those visits. And so sometimes, most of the time, we see children one time and then they're established with the primary care provider, or they'll continue care with that primary care provider. Much of our work to ensure that 2-year-olds are up to date has been directly with clinics. We've had a pretty successful AFIX project. Have you all heard of AFIX? CDC program implemented at the provider level to engage them and implement strategies to improve immunization services. So it's things like doing reminder calls for children that are behind on shots, scheduling the next appointment before they leave. There's many strategies to improve immunization services. The 15 clinics that participated in that program over the last 3 years increased 2-year-old rates by 8%. So it was a good success. We have a small denominator of children that come to our clinic, and when we ran this data in September for this metric, we only had 6 children that fit into that 2-year-old cohort between 24 and 36 months. Some of them had established care elsewhere, and so they weren't our patient anymore. And to ensure that kids are on track, we do run a monthly report from the state registry that lets us know which children are behind for shots, and we call the parent to let them know and either schedule them into our clinic or try to establish them with a primary care provider. So our goal is for 80% of 2-year-olds to be up to date on recommended vaccines, and that is in alignment with the Healthy People 2020 goal. Most of the time we meet or better that 80% goal while assisting patients to find a primary care home.
When you refer to the, thank you.
Yeah.
Refer to 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds served by Deschutes County Health Services Immunization Clinic. So that doesn't include all the other kids that were served.
All the 3,000 kids.
Yeah, so there's not a funnel to, they don't necessarily go there. That's not the next stop on their, whatever else they're doing. I mean, like, I was thinking about the, some of the other programs that are so successful.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, I'm just, it doesn't sound like very many kids
come
go
to-
through the immunization clinic, and yet it seems like that would be kind of a natural connection to the other things we do for young children.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think we, right, you mean like the WIC clinic?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up because we have improved that partnership. So they are walking kids over. We also have the Mosaic Clinic now at the Courtney. And so if they're a Mosaic children, they're doing a warm handoff. If they notice that the child is due for shots, then they'll walk them over to the Mosaic window, and either they can give the shot then or make an appointment for another time that someone can give them a shot. But yeah, definitely those partnerships are important. Yeah.
But it sounds like they're not at a mature level. You haven't I mean, it's a pretty small amount of people that make that connection.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the state data in the immunization registry, even if we have seen a patient or given them a shot, and then they go elsewhere for care, then they are then active patient at the new clinic and inactive at our clinic, and so they don't show up in our data.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Questions or?
No, I'm just glad to see you today, and thank you for your report. So when you say 2/3 of them were up to date by 24 months, so how many is the 2/3? How many?
Or 4 of 6
were up to date?
By 2 years old, 24 months, and then another additional during, before 36 months.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah.
So if I could add something. So it used to be that an immunization clinic would be one of sort of the public health essentials in the public health department, but over the last 30 years, the role of public health departments has changed to provide assurance and to be the provider of last resort and things like this. So many private pediatricians and family practices like providing immunizations because it's a gateway to the children or the families getting other things. So we have a validly anti-competitive stance. So we really provide it just for a subsection of folks that have, for whatever reason, whether it's preference or something else, have not sought or been enrolled in other providers. So this isn't it's not a material weakness in scale. This is by design. So our primary role in the community is assurance, and then also protecting the population by things like school exclusion orders and all the complicated things we heard about with the medical exemption questions earlier this year.
Okay, that makes that. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking. That was supposed to be maybe the old days was kind of primary service. Now it's I see what you're saying. It's changed. Good. Well, thank you for explaining that.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Dr. Conway. We haven't seen you for a while, but thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, perfect. He's hoping to be skiing by December.
Oh, really?
By Christmas, yes.
Good.
With his shoulder
Well,
surgery.
we hope you can too.
Perfect. Since Dr. Conway is here, we'll go ahead and have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Legal give their update. This falls under the board's goal of safe communities, and the objective is collaborate with partners to prepare for and respond to emergencies and disasters. And Dave's going to give an update on some coordination that they did with health services and other departments. So go ahead, Dave.
Sure. So one of the jobs of a county attorney is to carry around a big notebook of isolation and quarantine rules and forms and legal processes. And I've been carrying that book around in one form or another since 1994. And it's a very lonely book to carry around. I typically have it in the trunk of my car in case something happens when I'm not at work. But this was unique in that it was the first time in all those years where there was actually a get-together of a number of other entities that are involved or would be involved if there were a significant isolation or quarantine event. I think, as I recall, we did it in the context of a TB, somebody with TB getting out into the community and how we might deal with that. But there was a lot of exchange of ideas as to how we would. I thought my biggest takeaway was the communication channels, and so we wouldn't have 6 or 7 isolated entities operating in a little vacuum, but that there would be this communication amongst all the various parties. And John Laherty and I attended it, and Dr. George was there, and quite a bit of his staff was there. And so I recall there were folks from Crook County and pretty much every city in the Tri-County area. Department of Justice was there. State of Oregon Health Department was there. And it was really a very beneficial 2 or 3 hours that afternoon, as I recall. And like I say, it put a little bit of substance to what's been just carrying around a notebook for a lot of years. So that's what I can say. Dr. George could probably add quite a bit on the medical side of it.
Well, we were pleased to there's such a good turnout and lively discussion. Tuberculosis is one of the sort of traditional scourges that isn't a very large-scale problem in the United States, except for subpopulations like drug users, indigent people, homeless, et cetera. But there have been reoccurrences, and it's important to stay on our game and know how to deal with that. And then there's the general issue of quarantine and how we have to balance civil and personal rights with the necessity of containing disease, and that's a very delicate and, I'd say, nuanced balance. So this was about tuberculosis as the subject, but the exercise was about the overall isolation and quarantine. And most of us in this room are old enough to remember at the beginning of the AIDS era, in 81, maybe up through 83 or 84, there was a sort of national hysteria, especially in the cities where there was large numbers, and there was a tremendous overuse of quarantine and isolation because it really wasn't borne by the biologic science that you needed to be so isolate people. So it's a very delicate balance, and I think that this was a good discussion about that. And it's better to do a tabletop rather than figure it all out when you have some sort of emergency.
Interesting.
Great.
Good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And then just the last update that we had, and I know the board has a public hearing, and I don't want to push you long, but the last update we had selected for this quarter was for Fair and Expo, falling under the board's goal of economic vitality to partner with organizations and manage county assets to attract businesses, development, tourism, and recreation. And their measure was attendance for this past year's fair, which was their 100-year anniversary. The goal was 300,000 visitors, and we ended up with an estimated 296,400 visitors attending this year's fair. So pretty close, and a strong showing for the 100th anniversary, but not quite at 300,000. So that concludes our Q1 updates. Thank you so much, and we'll be back to see you for Q2.
All right. Thank
Thank you.
Yep.
No, I didn't. Oh.
I never get tired, but.
Oh.
How are you?
Be entertaining.
Yes.
All right.
We need some
So
really.
the next item on our agenda is a public hearing on religious institution amendments. And Cole Mardell will start us off. You've got the new text.
Script.
I noticed that there's a diminished role for the chair in that. That's what I really noticed about your script. I don't know if it was, I didn't take it personally, but I did notice that.
We can certainly add it back to, you could say the whole.
Just read the whole thing, exactly.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Whatever works best.
I'm good. Thank you.
So thank you, Chair. So this is the time and place set for the hearing on files number 247-19-000, 512-PA, and 513-TA concerning amendments to the Deschutes County Code pertaining to religious institutions. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. The hearing is also being taped. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the hearing to a date and time certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff will give a report on this issue. We'll then open up the hearing to all those present and ask that people present testimony at one of the tables up at the front of the room or at the podium. You can also provide the commissioners with a copy of written testimony. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflicts of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. So at this time, does any commissioner need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of the same and whether you can proceed.
I have no conflict. Little experience through past land use, processes, but no conflict.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I had the prior decision involving the Shepherdsfield case, but that was really a little bit different than this, and so we were informed from that. But these are different rules. So.
I have no conflict other than I live 8 minutes from Shepherdsfield.
Right. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflicts? Seeing none?
As no challenges are presented, the hearing is now open and staff will proceed with a brief report.
Thank you, Chair. So for the record, Nicole Mardell, Associate Planner. I'll try to keep this presentation pretty brief. So the purpose of this project is to perform a code audit to the Deschutes County Code in order to ensure compliance with the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, otherwise known as RLUPA. This does not target any one specific property or any one specific project. It's a countywide legislative matter, so just setting policy, not conducting development review at this time. So to give you a little bit of background on RLUPA, it was established in the year 2000 by the Clinton administration based on testimony from religious leaders across the United States who essentially said that oftentimes land use regulations or planning requirements could inhibit their right to site a church and inhibit their right to their religious freedom. So this law established 4 general concepts for jurisdictions to follow. The first is that it bars substantial burden on religious exercise, so a county could not impose a condition of approval that was so arduous to meet that a church could not be cited. It requires the equal terms treatment of religious and secular uses, so if something like a fraternal organization or another secular assembly is allowed in a zoning district, then a church or religious institution must also be allowed. It bars discrimination on the basis of religion or the type of religious practice. So the county could not favor something like a synagogue over a Christian church. You have to treat them equally. And it bars the total or unreasonable exclusion of religious institutions. So the county could not impose a county-wide ban on religious institutions. The highlights of the amendments that staff is proposing: we're planning to add an RLUPA compliance statement in the basic provisions. So if for some reason an item in our code did impose a substantial burden, this compliance statement could supersede those requirements. It alters the word church to religious institution or assembly to be a bit more inclusive and also provides a definition for that term. It adds the use to several Sun River districts where it previously wasn't allowed, and it removes the prohibition on religious institutions in the wildlife area combining zone, specifically the elk, winter deer range, and antelope habitat. So churches are currently allowed in the deer migration range, and that will remain the same. Just to kind of give a visual, I thought this might be helpful. This is the wildlife area combining zone. So this excludes publicly owned property, so it doesn't include federal land. So the area in red, blue, and you can see a small amount of yellow to the very west of the map. Those are all the areas that would be impacted by the amendments. The area in green is the deer migration corridor, and that area would not be impacted by these amendments. That's where churches currently are allowed, with limitations.
What's the red striped one?
That's the deer winter range.
So that is impacted?
It is, correct. Currently, religious institutions are prohibited, so we'd remove the prohibition in that area. We received pretty extensive public comments for this proposal, although the majority of them were focused specifically on the wildlife area combining zone element of the proposal. Those concerns were mostly centered around environmental concerns. Many individuals expressed their concern about impacts on winter deer range from light, noise, traffic, other kind of qualities that are associated with assemblies or groups of people gathering in these areas. If allowed, individuals expressed an interest in adding additional limitations if that were an option. Other individuals expressed a desire for rural churches to be allowed in the wildlife area combining zone due to a need for them. There are many rural populations that often face barriers to religious practice, such as proximity and transportation. So those were additional comments received. Many of these individuals also expressed an interest in removing any barriers that could limit a church. That item in particular did kind of fall out of the scope of these amendments, but I thought I would mention that as well. Some of the issues for interpretation before the board today, I think as all of you know, as we talked about during the work session, we didn't receive an actual formal motion from the Planning Commission on this item. They suggested a motion to approve the amendments. That motion was seconded, and 5 members voted against it, with 1 member abstaining. And no other formal motion was suggested at that time, so they moved forward and essentially passed on the issue to the board. Some of the issues that staff is still looking for your interpretation on relates to the definition of religious assembly or institution. So in your packet, you had 4 different options of which to choose from. And the second item related to the need for additional language regarding conditions of approval. This is specific to the wildlife area combining zone. If you wanted to add additional language, you could add kind of a paragraph that's included in the packet that states the county can impose conditions of approval related to frequency, seasonality, et cetera, of events or assemblies occurring in the wildlife area combining zone.
And the idea with that is that would moderate you'd be able to do the
religious institution or assembly, but you could put rules around it so to try to reduce the impact, is that?
Correct. So it could ease some of the concerns regarding the impact to winter deer range. For instance, if you're having events outside of the area where they're the most sensitive, that could be beneficial to those populations of deer. In regard to next steps, the board could choose to continue the hearing to a date certain, close the oral record and keep the written record open to a date certain, or close both the oral and written record and schedule deliberations. And with that, I welcome any questions. Thank you.
So the religious assembly, religious institution discussion, I guess I wasn't expecting that, and we can just talk through it, but is there a choice to be made there?
Yeah, so we could certainly just discuss the options if you wanted to, because today is a public hearing, if you wanted to take testimony first, and then we could discuss those definition options after, you could certainly choose to do that.
So you're referring to, on page 303 of the packet, there was
Right.
there's 4 different options that they've given us, I guess, that's what you're talking about there, is it?
Correct.
That's come up since we did our work session, I think.
Yep. And that's it, because I was working on the work session stuff, so I can see. Yeah, so I have that too. I was just.
So this is the time to take testimony. So if you're planning to give testimony, there's forms. Are the forms up here?
They're at the side of the room here.
Okay, the blue forms up here, and I don't know if either of you are planning to give testimony today. So you'd want to fill out a form and give it to Sharon over here. We'll take a brief, I guess, time to do that. The other, put in perspective again, the what starts at page 306 is the draft findings, and then after that, I guess, is the back here you have is the easy analysis part of the draft findings.
Mm-hmm.
So all that's kind of what you've prepared ahead of time, we could rely on, or that would summarize what we decided if we went along with this, okay?
Correct, yep.
So we'd anticipate testimony about the idea or about anything that's in these findings?
Correct, yes. So just to give the board kind of context, we did have 3 public hearings at the Planning Commission level, and at that time, the findings and the EC analysis were available for individuals to provide comments. We received a limited number of comments on kind of the details of the EC, but we did receive them from Sarah Gregory from ODF&W, so I've incorporated her comments in the latest version of the EC that you have in front of you in your packet today.
I guess one question I have while we're waiting, I'm kind of surprised that when you had 50-some people testify at the Planning Commission, what's your understanding, or why would you think we would have no or very little testimony today? Any comments, thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think part of it, just having 3 public hearings, I think perhaps people felt that they had their chance to provide the information. We did make it clear that we would do our best to capture their comments and reflect them back to you, because we know that the board is interested in hearing kind of a broader scope of what people are saying at these hearings. Other than that, I'm not sure we posted notice in the Bend Bulletin. We also have a project website that we've been directing folks to, as well as the Deschutes County meeting page.
So in a case like this, you're thinking that people that may have testified would expect us to read or understand their testimony from the Planning Commission through looking at the record or something, okay?
So, and there's, I mentioned, maybe this is, there's a future proposal from a parish that I'm involved in that is disconnected from this legislative process, but there was an assumption that got the word out that said, hey, you got to go advocate for this, and I didn't see all the testimony, the video of it, but there was a group of people here that got engaged, but I don't know that it wasn't quite the right domain, for that, so.
Looked like we do have some testimony.
But it was good that they participated. Very happy.
Call them up.
Very happy.
So first will be Ben Schmoller and then John Schmoller. So if you want to come up together, actually, you both have 3 minutes, but because we have not an overwhelming crowd, you probably could take a little longer.
Oh.
So,
Turn up the volume on the.
Thank you.
yeah, you bet. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, for being here today, the opportunity to testify on this. I would really encourage, certainly, the Commissioners to take the opportunity to look at the broadest use of language and the opportunities used for the definitions that have been put before you by your staff, so that there can be a larger scope of opportunities for religious protections. I would argue that this is critical not only just for an individual's constitutional rights, but they're important staples in our communities and certainly in rural areas. And this is institutions that are great supporters of the local community, helping with throughout the neighborhoods, from everything from economic hardship to a strong moral compass to, a building of deeper ties and trust with one another. I would encourage the Commission to act to protect that in the broadest way possible. Thank you.
If your name for the record, so.
Yes, I'm sorry. My name, for the record, Ben Schmoller.
All right.
Well said.
Here you go.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I, too, agree and support the amendment, the text amendment associated with religious institutions and allowing them in some of the zones that are not allowed in now. I also would like to ask the Commissioners to consider taking a look at the deer migration corridor where it's conditionally allowed, but some of the extra criteria associated with that make an undue burden associated with trying to get these institutions in those locations. And so I don't know that it would be done as an overall scope associated with this, but would hope that, this bringing it to light would help take the opportunity to try and clean the whole mess up at one time. There's conditional use allowed in the deer migration corridor, but when you go to apply it, it's almost impossible with almost zero land available that would meet that criteria that would allow you to put a church there. So.
And that's the migration corridor.
Yeah, so not being considered at this time as part of the text amendment because it's already allegedly approved as a conditional use. But when you apply, and I'll have to tell you, it's been an education, and I admire Nicole and anybody that gets to deal with this code on a regular basis. It's quite confusing to the layman. But my understanding is that when you try to apply the extra criteria or the additional criteria that would let you put a church in conditionally in the deer migration corridor, it's all but impossible to do that. So as a part of this overall scope, I don't know that it's, I don't know if it's apples and oranges, but I do know that it has enlightened us as to the difficulties and the challenges. So it's not allowed here, but it's allowed here with these rules that make it impossible. If we're cleaning up this area, maybe we can clean up this area at the same time or relatively soon thereafter.
Great. Okay, good. Any questions or thoughts?
Nicole, are there any churches then in the area where he's talking about, the corridor, the migration corridor?
So Commissioner, so just to give a brief history, I won't dive into it too much, but essentially our code was amended in 1998 to allow churches in the deer migration corridor with these extensive limitations because I believe it was Cascade Bible Church wanted to cite a church there. So they were actually the applicant for a text amendment to change our code. I don't know offhand how many churches are in the area. I know of a couple in Sun River, but those aren't in the deer migration area. We did take a look at properties that would be eligible for placement of a church using kind of GIS analysis. So looking at the use limitations, which broadly relate to being near a rural service center, being near a collector road, being a certain size, et cetera. And it looked like there were between 13 to 15 properties that would be eligible. But almost all of them were located in really close proximity to the city of La Pine. So in my understanding, Mr. Schmoller's interest is more so like in the area between Sun River and La Pine, and we didn't see any eligible properties in that area within the deer migration corridor that could meet all of those use limitations.
Okay, so there were none.
In the entirety of the deer migration corridor, there are about 15 or so.
Okay, 13 to 15.
So those are
Properties, not churches.
right. Properties.
multiple churches.
But all those properties, is my understanding, I haven't looked at them each individually, are already being used for something else. So it would make them difficult to convert.
Right. Any other questions? Thanks for joining us in your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other oral testimony, I guess the question is what's our next, we can close the oral testimony at this point. We could we could leave open written testimony, but I don't know that there's a need for that. Any recommendations on that, or?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. I think I think the fact that there were as many people as testified before the Planning Commission, and then just the relatively few people here this afternoon is telling. I think that county staff has already gone through a robust public process on this, and I'm not sure it would be beneficial to leave the oral or written record period any further. I think staff supports closing both at this time. It's of course the Commissioner's decision, but I'm not sure what more. I don't. To be blunt, I'm not sure what more testimony we would receive on this matter beyond what we already have and what we already know.
Well, a couple of things that you've put in the package for us to think about are the four options for a definition, the conditional part. So for me, I'd like to at least have time to think about that, and we would deliberate that. But would that be something that's new enough that somebody might write in about that, or I don't know how long that's.
Yeah. So Commissioner, we did propose the condition of approval text at the Planning Commission level. So I believe that was prior to the close of that public hearing. So I think individuals did have an opportunity to review that, and even if they didn't at the Planning Commission level, the record's been open for the board, and I haven't received any additional public comments. The definitions piece, we also included that at the Planning Commission level, although it was just option number 4, and then options 1 and 2 were in the original staff proposal for text. So option number 3, I believe, is a little bit new.
Stated differently, the definitions were developed in response to a public comment in the first place. So the idea that we need to really work through these definitions, I think there certainly has been a comment and an opportunity to work through that. So yeah, generally I'm seeing that we've had the record, we've had the public testimony. I think I'm supportive of closing those at this time. There's no rush to deliberate, so we could digest what's going on if we want to. But yeah, closing the written and oral record may be appropriate at this time.
Okay, I kind of tend to agree with that. What's your thought? You want to leave
Well,
anything open, or?
I don't think it's necessary. I just think, I thought it was fascinating that options 1 and 4 included the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. I guess that means that you are really official if you have your EIN number. So, I want to have the broadest definition possible. I think, I know personally as a commissioner, I think this is really important that we have Deschutes County having religious freedom. And as it's really unfortunate it hasn't existed for a long time, and I think it's important that we change it.
Commissioner, if I may. So the reason why the IRS reference is in there is that's what's in our current code. And all of the other words, all of the other things referencing federal law, state law, there still is a fair amount of argument. There's a fair amount of gray area on what is and is not a church. And historically, we've relied on the IRS because it's honestly the most dispositive thing that we could come up with. If somebody has a letter that shows that they have charitable institution status with IRS, staff's position has always been, we don't need to question that. We don't need to get sucked into that kind of a dispute. And there's a solid piece of paper that we can hang our hat on. And I certainly would recommend that we maintain that feature in the current definition.
Well, it's clearly, clearer definition that you've been recognized by. There's
a body of law and a complexity that somebody has to go through to get that letter. I think it gives us some coverage that somebody can deliver a piece of paper as part of their application, and we can check a box and move on. And this was certainly informed by our land use proceedings with the Shepherdsfield Church, and there were arguments that he was or was not a church. Ultimately, said the county commissioners in that decision relied heavily on the IRS determination letter, and LUBA upheld that interpretation at the time. So there's some
really,
benefit to the certainty of it.
We're looking at option 1 or 4 then. Because I do understand that letter.
And we can add that feature to any of the different definitions.
Okay, we could move it around.
Option 4 is the widest net possible. Option 4 is capturing state law, federal law, LUBA's decision, our past practice of the IRS determination letter. I recognize it's kind of a heavily weighted and complicated definition, but it's because the intent is to cast the widest net possible and to capture all of these different bodies of law for something that is a church or deserves protection under federal law, et cetera.
I can point out, too, that the IRS definition tracking predates land use in Oregon, and it links back to the assessor, and the thinking being that if the assessor felt you were a church, then you were a church, and that was always predicated upon the IRS determination letter. So that's how it carried into land use way back when, and I believe all 36 counties in Oregon rely on that because, as Adam said, it's been time tested and court tested as well. And I think there have been some arguments in the last decade from organizations that don't fit quite the traditional church and may not be able to secure that determination letter. And that's an issue as to how deep you want to dive into that issue.
So there's some things for us to think about on that. Okay. Well, I agree with what Commissioner Dare is saying. I think when we had this in front of us with regard to just one location, and that in the other case, we thought it was important to uphold our LUPA requirements, and I think we believed fundamentally if you can have all these other activities in a given area, that it makes sense you could have a church or religious institution. So kind of wish we'd been able to have a dialogue with the Planning Commission about that, because they pick deer over people, I guess, or something is how it kind of looks to me, but I don't know.
Just a matter of closing the record, I guess, would be the first step, because then we can.
Yeah, so we would, if we're all, it sounds like we're all in favor of that, so we will now close the oral record and the written record, and then so we would schedule this for deliberations, assume one of the upcoming meetings.
Before November 22nd, right?
Oh, is that, did we have a timeline?
So, Commissioner, I believe Nick might have already informed you, but my last day at Deschutes County will be November 22nd. So Zechariah Heck, another associate planner with our Long Range Planning Division, will be taking this project over. So you're not limited by my timeline. Certainly, you'll have another planner to.
It was published in the update of the Sisters happenings from the city manager, so I was able to read it there also.
Well, congratulations on your new job. I'd heard about it also, so that's great. You'll do a great job there, so.
Thank you. Yes, she's joining Sisters.
Yeah.
If we're trying to do it before that, the only time would be next Monday. I don't know if we're gonna have time. We've got a lot of stuff in front of us, so I'm not sure we'll get it done by Monday.
I don't think so.
So, we might have to do it to a later meeting, so. Do we need to set the time now? Or-
Oh, yeah, this is. So there was a request for kind of a substantive change about conditional uses in the migration zone. And I'm thinking that would probably be out of the scope of this, because that'd be a big substantive change, is that correct? I mean,
Probably have to go through a similar process through the planning commission and through the, I would
I'm
guess.
just thinking that, yeah, that's,
Commissioners, it really traces back to the different prongs of our LUPA, one of them being the equal terms provision, another being substantial burden. Our intent with this amendment was to try and address more of the equal terms, the known equal terms issues in our code. The comments you heard today, I think, are directed more at the substantial burden prong of our LUPA, and without a doubt, with the commissioner's direction, we can work on something, or of course, folks can propose a text amendment, and we can work with them on the text amendment. But it's although all wrapped up under our LUPA, it would be a difference from what we're trying to accomplish in this particular text amendment. Would require pretty substantial changes to the EC analysis. It's not as simple as just changing some words in the code. It would be a more complicated analysis, I think.
so yeah, I mean, this is kind of a bite of progress here, and then there's another request now, and then, yeah, other land use that could be discussed.
And in the interim, just to give a little bit of background, so those use limitations apply to other types of uses like churches, community centers. So that's part of why you need the more extensive EC analysis, because you have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of, which still have those limitations, which don't. You have to treat them equally, et cetera. But I think the other piece is that we are adding that basic provisions compliance statement as part of these amendments. So if these were to move forward, if someone were to come in after they were adopted and say, this regulation really limits my ability to cite a church here, they could utilize that basic provision compliance statement to essentially say our LUPA supersedes this requirement. So that is an avenue in the interim.
Which is in there.
It certainly doesn't, the code in its current form doesn't slam the door shut on a church who's wishing to apply in that location. It makes perhaps their application riskier and more expensive. Just like Shepherdsville, they'd have to argue an RLUPA claim and would go through safe harbor analysis. But I mean, there is a path, there is a mechanism even in its current form.
Right. Good. So let's see. So that's it? That's all we need to do for today, I guess.
Yeah, so that's a public hearing and it's scheduled.
Yeah.
So, Commissioners, for the next packet, for the deliberations packet, because we have already presented the record to you, that I think was around 700 pages, so thanks for your patience with the volume. But the next packet, we'll just condense it to make sure that it's clear of the 4 options for the definition, and then the decision of whether or not to include the condition of approval piece.
And attached with this is all the red is all the places this would be put in, right, or added to the text. So if we want to just see what we're actually doing, it's the red markups of the code. Okay, good. All right. Sounds good. So we'll finish that item. So I told, our next item is we were going to do the review of the Thornburg information. I had told the parties involved with that we wouldn't start till 3:30, so.
Can we call him?
Yeah, I guess we'll go into recess until, what's that?
Oh, thank you, Sharon.
One or, okay. But we also, I told the parties that I didn't think we'd get to it till 3:30, so as a
I think we
matter of courtesy.
we set it for 3:30.
Yeah, that's basically what I said. That wouldn't be before that, so I think we'll go into recess for 20 minutes and then reconvene unless there's some other item to handle. I did think quickly on the other item about I was talking about the collaborative forest. Another project and another thing that I had learned yesterday, the meeting, was that the budgets are quite unclear for for the collaborative forest program itself, and then the Forest Service budget is very unclear going into this next 2-year period. And it was pretty interesting to hear the Forest Service talk about that in depth. And then we're putting in for some of the money that's available. There's about 80 million or something available, and we're putting in for some of that. But there was another thing that was kind of interesting about the collaborative forest project and what it's working on. So
Well, I think that was kind of a big 10-year commitment by the feds, and now it's the end of that initial period. So that's why everything's kind of up in the air about the future.
Well, they have $80 million of like new money, but what I learned yesterday is about 2/3 of that is spoken for by projects that aren't finished yet. So there's only about 20-some million for the country. So that was kind of interesting to learn. So, any other items, new items, meetings?
I'll let you know after tomorrow.
Okay. All right. So we'll go on recess until 3:30. Commissioners for November 13th. Next item we're going to take up is a discussion of the Thornburg remand appeal. We've had some, I think, final record documents come out, and or final argument documents come in, and we're going to maybe go through that a little more. Also, any comments we might have or questions with regard to other materials we were covering yesterday. I will say, I read those specific pages, from the decision that 28 through 32, and it provided a lot more clarity about the real specific issues, more than I had before. So about the water specifically and what the hearings officer had ruled on, and how, I guess, he had looked at it, which was really helpful, because it kind of narrows it into what we would be doing, looking at the record specifically. And I don't think I had much of a sense before that, or as much of a sense as I have now, that but for adding condition 17, the hearings officer would not have approved the
He felt it was
application.
required.
Yeah, that was required, that condition was required, or there wouldn't have been enough evidence in the record to prove the water met the quality and quantity. And so that means that was what that decision maker takes. So for us to rule differently would mean we'd have to say there was enough information in the record without that condition, which I'd never really put that in my head until I was able to read this. It was more specific than I realized.
But that was a point in time, and now there's more information, and it's farther down the way with known, more information.
Yeah. Well, there's the record for the
Yeah.
next hearing when they decide not to decide it, but, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There was enough uncertainty for the hearings officer that he created that condition 17, so that there was enough uncertainty about the resort being able to acquire those water rights. So if they weren't able to acquire those water rights, that condition allowed for at least a consideration of a change in water rights, but possibly requiring a modification to the FMP.
And that was a point in time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
You're referring to that hearings officer decision. Right. Yeah, I'm getting up to speed better. I was able to flip through the stuff that came in from over the weekend, kind of get through it all, and see how it hangs together from that point of view also. Now that's, because that's the final information provided to us in this process at this time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I want to walk, I guess one way we could approach these final arguments is things that are new or specifically stand out. Is that, what were you thinking?
Yeah, and I don't have any sort of formal presentation prepared for this beyond these bullet points that are provided to the board.
And this still isn't deliberations, this is preparing for deliberation.
Exactly.
Did you have any specific comments or questions since yesterday?
No, I was just
Mr. Dare?
happy that they gave us the record to focus on 28 to 32.
Sure.
It definitely is the area, so,
Thank
you, Adam.
I will note that both Liz Fancher and Jeffrey Kleinman, the attorneys involved, provided some draft findings for the board in their submittals. So in deliberations, the board can consider adopting any draft findings that they agree with. Otherwise, we can write new findings as well, or craft a mix-up of a decision.
So when I look at the Fancher supplied findings, there's a lot of references back and forth and out of this system. So my thought is, if we select some, or whatever findings we select, and running down all the references to make sure it all hangs together, would that be something that, how do we make sure if there isn't a loose end in there, what's the best plan for making sure of that, I guess?
Yeah, that's something I would do in reviewing that decision. Probably have Adam take a look at it too.
Yeah, because it makes a statement, and then it references or italicizes this sentence, and then it says reference this document, and then making sure it all hangs together, because
Certainly,
it's pretty deep at that point.
certainly.
So you're kind of asking if they, as the experts, will make sure that the footnotes match what's said type thing?
Yeah, well, yeah, so our, because her product, it may be all there, but as I say, if any of those references are not lined up, or, the record is going to miss it something, then it'll just open up somebody and say, this doesn't work. But that's what our professional staff does, is make sure that hangs together well.
We can do that, yeah. I also did want to note, yesterday we went over in some detail the subject of the remand and the issue around jurisdiction. I did want to point out that Mr. Kleinman did raise an objection to materials that were submitted during the open record period for the hearings officer hearing in the final argument stage when no new evidence is allowed. So I've made some notes of where those arguments are located. They're reiterated in the final arguments as well that you've received recently. And the applicant has essentially argued back on some points, has accepted that some of those materials may be new evidence. So in a final decision, those topics should be addressed as well, whether the board took into consideration new evidence in the third open record period, or if the board recognized that as new evidence and didn't consider it.
So you're asking us to delineate between arguments and new evidence?
Yes, we'll have to include some findings around those points since the objection was raised.
And the objection is in the record here, or in?
It is, yeah. It's, let me pull out my notes. So the binder item 89 is Mr. Kleinman's objections.
Okay.
And that was following the close of the final legal argument for the open record period.
So this is comments on a final closed record?
Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. In response to that, items 87 and 88 are two attorneys for the applicant's responses. Or sorry, their responses are items 90 and 92. The objections were to items 87 and 88. And then, as I said just a minute ago, those arguments and discussions are repeated again in this most recent packet that the board received. So those will be binder items 107 and 110. I believe the binders are getting updated tomorrow.
So they're going to update tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I should leave it in my office then or something? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you said 107, 110, and then referencing to 87 and 86, which ones did you refer then, 90s?
The objections were to items 87 and 88.
Gotcha.
The objection was 89.
89, okay.
And the responses are 90 and 92. And this is just from a draft memo I'm preparing for Monday, so I'm going to polish it up today, and that will be part of the packet for Monday's deliberations as well, as soon as I finish this and get it to Sharon.
Is there any kind of decision matrix process you think you're going to get to, or what does that look like?
I
Because
have-
that's
Yeah.
really defining and giving options.
Yes, I have I have a matrix I've been working on today. It's covering the jurisdiction argument, the merits of the remand instructions. Can the TP be approved and meet the no net loss degradation standard without condition 17? And then there's a somewhat more minor part to LUBA's remand instructions that says if a change in the mitigation water source were to happen, would that constitute a requirement to modify the FMP or for a new application to be made? It seems like nobody's, at least in my review of the record so far, nobody's arguing that there would be no modification required, but it's probably important to address that in the decision as well, since it's part of LUBA's remand instructions.
So definitively answering that question, even though that action isn't happening. Is that kind of right?
Yeah, that's what I thought, just to make sure we're covering everything we need to.
Yeah, so I didn't bring any other specific items to ask about. I've definitely been able to get through, information front to back, but, I'm still putting it together. But that's the plan for Monday, yeah.
And again, I'm available through the rest of the week if any questions do come up after this meeting.
Do you have any questions, or you want clarification on, or?
No, I'm still divulging into the details.
Can you provide substance on the stuff that is proposed to be stricken from that last record? Yeah, because that is kind of somewhat, I didn't know to look, so.
Sure.
I didn't bring my big notebook down.
So that's item number 89.
89
Is
is
the letter,
very
yeah.
interesting. I'm looking at it, and it's,
Oh, yeah, she's going down that path, too. I mean, it's just any comments, because I can read it, too. I just,
Yeah, briefly, I'd say most of the objection is to a letter provided by an attorney, Ms. Newman, in the final legal argument that made comments on materials that were outside of the record about water rights.
okay. And that's the time.
So are we going to have to do a finding about that in our decision-making? We're going to have to say, we've had this come up before where people bring up, and then it becomes a repeal that,
I
oh,
think
well,
it'd be
you.
advisable to make a finding but I do believe Adam had a conversation earlier today with the attorney that had raised that issue, and he may be withdrawing that issue, but I'm not 100% certain. So certainly before you would get to that point of having to draft up a finding, staff could get to that. Yeah, I think it would be wise to, at least we could note in the findings that issue was raised, whether it's been withdrawn or not, that it was raised, that maybe there was information that came in late that was outside of the record, and either you agree or disagree, and if you agree that you're not going to consider it, and if you disagree, whether you considered it or not, maybe you don't agree that it's outside the record, but you didn't consider it anyway.
that letter was written October 1st, and then the reference is to a letter that was hand-delivered to Jacob on the 24th of September. So,
Well, so what does it look like? You're saying that this objection could be withdrawn, or this issue could go away, whatever the terminology. So this was an email, a record period closed. So now there's correspondence saying that this is new information at the end of a record period.
That's my understanding, yes. And
So then what would removing that objection look like? Just an email or a voice phone call?
Yeah, it would
saying,
be, it would
"Yeah, I'm
be
done with that"?
offline at the staff level in
Yeah,
essence,
okay.
but because it was raised and we know it's out there, it's probably, there's some benefit in putting a paragraph or two in the findings that speak to that, and we could better identify the document it is that, you know, one of the parties indicated may have come in late or come in timely, but included new evidence as opposed to argument only at that late submission. Or I'm not sure the exact particulars of it, but
Yeah.
it's something we can address very easily. I don't know if you can identify exactly what the item is.
Oh, yeah, I know, he's
It's,
just showing it to us, yeah, so.
yeah, that's the main
They
objection.
have it, okay.
And from what I understand, Mr. Kleinman is not withdrawing his record objection to the hearings officer proceeding record, but to a potential objection to these final arguments, but
Right.
withdrew that today. Mhm.
So the safe route would be to address the issue.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's good.
Yeah, and
No, a new aspect of it.
yeah, and I'm happy to identify every point of objection in the record, so that's available on Monday.
Both the attorneys, or two of the attorneys that are involved have given suggested findings. Is that for once we make a decision, here's how we could line it out to, or are we supposed to use those to help make the decision?
Either or. It was a suggestion to include draft findings because typically a prevailing party gets the chance to draft those findings for the board, but since we're on such a compressed schedule right now, we suggested that parties provide those up front to give the board the chance to review
We'll only be
them.
able to deliberate next Monday and then the following Monday.
Exactly, so they'll be in front of you, and if you agree with those findings from either party, you can identify those to staff, and we can incorporate them in the decision. Just an effort to speed along the process.
Yeah, I think it's, more appropriately, I think it's an effort to make sure that we don't create any procedural error. I'm not sure how in the larger scheme it'll speed up the process. But, yeah, we don't want to be the source of any procedural error, and that's why the compressed timeline.
And remind me again, if we were to find that there wasn't jurisdiction at this point, what happens to the underlying application at that? I mean,
That's up to you.
the clock runs out, or the clock is told, or what?
If you conclude that you don't have jurisdiction, then you have the option of either then making the alternative finding on the merits or saying that's it, we're done. And then the parties are going to have to wait and see at that point. Well, that would be appealable in and of itself, that decision of the board. And then separately, you have the matter that's pending before the Supreme Court. So which one would get to some level of resolution sooner, who knows?
But it doesn't eliminate the application or the rights of the applicant to continue the process over jurisdiction. I mean,
No,
let's say the
because
Supreme Court, we've refused to take jurisdiction, so the Supreme Court has to decide what they're going to do. Then we would take jurisdiction. If the Supreme Court came out and said, well, we don't think we have jurisdiction and we'll put this to rest now, this goes back to the county, then would we take it up at that point?
that'd certainly be an option. I think the applicant was attempting to make sure that there wasn't some argument in the future that they didn't timely initiate the remand because of all this uncertainty at the appellate level. And so they initiated it. Whether you believe they have jurisdiction or not, they'll be able to relate back to that point in time that they did in fact initiate it. And so I don't believe that window of time in which to initiate the remand is going to be an issue ever. It's just going to be whether you folks presently have jurisdiction or whether that jurisdiction is going to come at some later point in time, if at all.
So, but whatever they've done with us, they've done already with the applicant's already done it with the hearings officer because they they tried to initiate a remand. The hearings officer heard it, said, I don't have jurisdiction.
Correct.
Wouldn't that qualify that they initiated jurisdiction?
I would certainly make that argument if I were them, yes, that they made that effort. I mean, if they're wrong and the county doesn't have jurisdiction, then the jurisdiction clock's not going to start until there's this final appellate judgment, whatever that may be. And if they're correct and the county does have jurisdiction, then the fact that the county thought it didn't isn't going to be a detriment to them on that timeliness of initiating the remand. So I suspect that's what their thinking tactically was, and probably the same thing I would have done if I were their lawyer, rather than run the risk that, well, we'll wait until we get a final appellate judgment. Well, a final appellate judgment assumes that there was appellate jurisdiction, but if you blew a statute of limitations, essentially, how does the court ever have jurisdiction? And now whether they blew it or not, I don't know. I mean, it's the whole issue with the mailing and.
But yeah, I think it's up in the air whether the Supreme Court's going to say we want to look at this or not. I mean, if they say we don't want to look at this, I think that would be a holding that they don't really have jurisdiction, or I don't know, they're going to have to do something.
Well, but I think if the Supreme Court says we're not going to hear it, then that, I believe, is what the Court of Appeals is waiting for in order to actually generate the final judgment. And so.
Oh, as opposed to a decision.
Yeah, and so.
I saw that argument was made.
And so that final judgment is arguably what triggers the right to a remand, or at least that's been argued by one set of folks. And so, again, I think the applicant's trying to cover both sides of it, would be my hunch, is why they kind of raced to get the remand initiated while this appellate issue was still percolating, was rather than put all their eggs in one basket, I think they have half the eggs in one and half in the other, and at least jurisdictionally they're able to go forward at some point, whether it's now or at some other point, who knows?
Well, so in some ways, we're the citizen body looking at this. I mean, we're quasi-judicial, but we're not really the experts on the civil procedure on this. Will we be held at the same standard as a regular court would be on this, or?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. As is the hearings officer.
Yeah, okay.
We have professional support to make sure it's a professional product.
Yeah.
Well, and I would be remiss if I didn't know it. I mean, Dan Olson, the hearings officer, one of the more experienced municipal lawyers in the state. He was a assistant county counsel, a county counsel forever. He's been a hearings officer, kind of in semi-retirement forever. Sharp fellow. I mean, he knows his stuff. So, frankly, he probably knows these issues far more than any circuit court judge would, because they don't do land use in the circuit court. And so, I mean, Dan's a pretty bright guy. So whether it's Dan or whether it's this Board of County Commissioners with supportive staff, I'm confident that whatever ultimately jurisdictional decision gets decided or reviewed on the merits of that jurisdictional decision, that it'll have been a well-versed and well-articulated decision either way. Whether you conclude you have it or you conclude you don't have it. Reasonable minds could certainly differ.
Can we conclude we think we have it, but we're smart enough to know that the Supreme Court might disagree with us? I mean, is that?
Sure. Yeah, I think you can make a finding
versa,
that
I guess.
you believe there is jurisdiction, although you recognize, it's a kind of a novel question, and then that's why I said then you get to that crossroads. Do you end it? If you determine you don't have jurisdiction, do you end it there, or do you say, but in the alternative, we're going to go to the merits? If you say you have jurisdiction, then I think you have to go to the merits and address Condition 17.
All right. Any further questions, or Tom, you have any comments or thoughts? Mr. Dare, anything else you want to ask, or? If there's a chance, Jacob, there may be things we need to ask individually about specific parts of the record as it comes in. I think, I know for me specifically on this issue of the water, I guess I'm going to be looking at what's new in the last round of hearings, what was submitted to counter what made the record in the previous round inadequate in the hearings officer's mind, and see what was added to the record, but it's pretty challenging to.
If I could follow up on that, that objection that Jacob was talking about, the beauty of technology, just received an email from the attorney that has made that, Mr. Kleinman, and he just wants it to be clear that the objections still stand. And so more reason for us, well, he's watching, that's what he said. So there is more reason to address that issue.
Okay. So it still stands?
Yes.
The objections we need.
He and Adam were talking about something, but yeah, we'll want to address that.
That's good information. Technology at work.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that concludes it for today then.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Okay. So we will adjourn for today then, and be back on Monday. This will be on the agenda on Monday for first round of deliberations.